being live streamed. Before we do anything further in this meeting, I'm going to ask, as you are all well aware, during the last 3 months since we have met, we have lost some of our old councillors very, very sadly. So I'm asking for a minute's silence, please, for ex-borough councillors Des O'Brien and Michael McMahon, ex-borough councillor, member parliament and county councillor Bill Olner, ex-borough councillor, mayor and county councillor Richard Chataway. So if we could have 1 minute silence, please. Thank you very much. Before we start the meeting, you have all received the protocol for these meetings, but there are just a couple more that have cropped up that I need to go through with you. As far as possible, speakers will be called in the order they show on the screen. But the speakers will be muted by an officer when a member has spoken, just so there causes no confusion. If a member doesn't unmute themselves, then I think that they will want to speak. Points of order with the relevant number from the Constitution will be placed on the chat system, as will be points of personal information. If at any point during the meeting amendments are to be moved, then you will show your hand and will be at the end and will be invited to state your point of order, your amendment, and then will be asked to write it on the chat column so everyone else is able to read it. If at any point during the meeting I need to confer on issues with Mr. Richardson, then I will mute myself and then I will come back to you with the decision that I have made on that particular item. That's all I have for now, other than those that are on the protocol you have received. In relation to filming, as I said, your microphones will be muted when you have finished speaking, so that there doesn't cause confusion relating to perhaps forgetting to put your hand down. So we move to item 4, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. Do I have a proposer and a seconder for the minutes of the meeting, please?
I'll propose.
And I've missed apologies. Yes, I am aware. Sorry that I've missed apologies. I apologise for that. Sorry, I apologise for that. And immediately after we've heard the apologies, Simone will be doing a roll call so that she is aware of which members are present and which are not. So, do we have any apology? I understand we have an apology from Councillor Gisane. I'm being told yes, that is correct. So, Simone, would you like to do a roll call so you're aware of exactly which members are attending.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If everyone could unmute themselves just to indicate attendance, and then put yourself back on mute, please. Okay. So, Councillor Beaumont.
Here.
Councillor Brinley Edwards. I think she's trying. Oh, she's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Croft.
Yep, I'm here.
Councillor Daffin.
Yep, here.
Councillor Doherty.
Yes, present.
Councillor Elliott.
Here.
Councillor Evans.
Here.
Councillor Gazaina's apologies. Councillor Glass.
Yeah, I'm here.
Councillor Golby.
Yeah.
Councillor Gran.
Here.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Attending.
Councillor Hancocks.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Hocking.
Here.
Councillor Jackson.
Here.
Councillor Condacor.
Here.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
She's running late, although she wants to join the meeting soon.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd.
Here.
Councillor Longdon.
Here.
Councillor Pandare.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Pomfret.
Here.
Councillor Rudkin.
Here.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Yes, attending.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Here.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Yes, here.
Councillor Smith.
Here.
Councillor Tandy. Councillor Tromans.
Here.
Councillor Walmsley.
Present.
Councillor Watkins.
Yes, I'm here.
And Councillor Wilson.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins, sorry, I think you're sharing your screen with everybody. So if you could just cancel that so that we can see the normal view again. Would you just need Councillor Watkins to unshare his screen, otherwise you won't see all the participants, Mayor. There we go. Good to carry on.
Councillor Phillips. Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Did you wish to move the minutes?
I will move the minutes, Chair.
Is there a seconder for the minutes, please?
Happy to second those, Madam Mayor.
Is there any dissent to the minutes? If there is no dissent to the minutes, we agree that they are a true and correct record. So we will move on to item 5, which is declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest other than those that we already have within the agenda? None? Okay, then we will move on to...
Madam Mayor, I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Gutteridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would request a dispensation under the regulations to speak on item 14, due to the family's interest in a small part of some land in Leyland Road, which is in the borough plan. Thank you.
You say you have dispensation to do that?
I have dispensation, but I would like to double check that that is okay, please, because I wish to speak on behalf of it for Whitestone eventually when we get there. But I just need clarification that it is all right to do it. Thank you.
Yes, I'm being informed that yes, that is okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I am moving on to Mayor's announcements, and I have two announcements that I wish to make. One, I intend to write on behalf of our borough residents and this council to the chief executives at the George Eliot Hospital, to UCHW, and to the West Midlands Ambulance Service, to thank all of their staff for the dedication they have shown in supporting our residents during the current coronavirus pandemic. Had they have not shown that dedication and the extended hours they have worked to keep us as safe as they are able to, we may have found ourselves in a difficult and dangerous situation. I will be doing that within the next couple of days. A second announcement, I also wish to register our thanks of our borough residents and this council to the many hundreds of people from all walks of life who have worked tirelessly to keep services functioning across our borough over the last few months. Our carers, as well as our care home staff, drivers, volunteers, council staff, emergency services, I could go on, and many, many more. They all deserve our appreciation and praise for the work they have done, and they are still doing, and we thank them for doing so. Thank you. The agenda item 7 was the business deferred from the council on the 17th of February. The review of polling districts and polling places. Councillor Jackson, would you like to introduce this item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the council meeting on the 12th of February 2020, it was resolved that a survey would be undertaken on election day, the 7th of May of this year, and the results brought back to a future meeting of council. The government announced, as we all know, the postponement of the 7th of May 2020 elections on the 13th of March. No election or by-elections are allowed at present. Therefore, the polling station survey will take place on the 6th of May 2021, and the results of the survey will be submitted to council in September 2021. I so move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just checking I have any hands raised. Councillor Lloyd.
Seconded, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any hands raised, so I'm assuming there is no dissent to that proposal. So that is agreed. Moving on to item 8 is public participation. Oh, sorry, questions from members. It was for information only. A member question was outstanding at the last meeting. As per the consultation, any outstanding member question will receive a written reply, and the questions, as you will see, are on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. Okay, and we will move on to item 5, which is item 8, sorry, which is public participation. we do have a list of statements and questions. As you are aware, statements that are made do not have a reply. Any questions that are asked will have a reply. Simone, do you want to read out the statement from Mrs. Condacor? Oh, Brent, sorry, Mr. Brent Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just check everyone can hear me? Okay. Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So the first statement we have is from Mrs. Michelle Condacor. Her statement is as follows: "We are experiencing the most serious health crisis in a generation, and aside from this, Nuneaton and Bedworth has the worst health outcomes of any of the districts in Warwickshire. So it was most concerning to see on the minutes of the last 4 meetings of the Adult Social Care and Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee at Warwickshire County Council that there has been no representative present from the Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council. In fact, there were not even apologies given for 3 of the 4 meetings. We need to have a strong advocate for the borough at these meetings, so, assuming the minutes are correct, the leader should ensure that we are represented. There are numerous people within the borough who are passionate about improving the health of the population. Please consider co-opting one of these passionate advocates for our health if the council is unable to reliably send a cabinet member or scrutiny chair to this committee." That's the end of the statement, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we move on to the statement 2. Mr. Carl Mayer submitted his statement. Do you want to read that out for us, please, Brent?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Carl Mayer submitted the following statement, slightly longer one. "Here we are again, watching the ruling Labour group play games of smoke and mirrors with residents regards a promised review of their local plan housing numbers. What is it that residents have to do to make the elected councillors act on their behalf instead of greedy developers? Obviously not a borough-wide petition of over 6,000 signatures. Why the portfolio holder, Councillor Neil Phillips, cannot grasp his promised immediate review from over 12 months ago and the implications of sites gaining planning permission before review takes place is a complete mystery. Will he actually in the end be shutting the planning stable door once the review horse has bolted? It's absolutely bizarre. Councillors, especially from Bedworth, who tonight vote against an immediate review, will be completely letting down Bedworth residents and their valued green spaces. Especially Councillors John Glass, Georgina Daffern and Sarah Doherty, who all represent residents losing green spaces because of their party's cruel decision to accept 4,000 houses of Coventry's unmet need on top of our borough's actual need.
No.
Having watched recently a couple of planning committee meetings on video, it could be alleged that they were very biased towards developers' demands, and again, as seems the norm with this council, ignorant of anything residents do or say. This could be confirmed at a recent planning committee meeting where one councillor said, "I'm fed up with this, let's go straight to the vote." Another concern is the vote tonight regarding SPDs, especially for HSG4, which was originally sent out as a public consultation in the form of concept plans and contains many mistakes and contradiction. Surely all councillors have read and fully understand something they are willing to raise their right arm and vote for. I fully appreciate planning is a very difficult topic for some councillors to grasp and understand, but ignoring the residents who democratically elected you is not, and just letting officers use you as alleged ventriloquists and voting fodder is unforgivable. It really is time this harmful local plan is reviewed immediately and put to a level reflecting local need, minus the ridiculous 4,000 overspill from Coventry. I personally would like to pay tribute to the late Richard Chataway. I will miss our conversations on the phone and that rare attribute he possessed, morals. R.I.P. Richard. That's the end of the statement, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Evans, I know you have notified a point of order. Do you wish to raise it now or at the end of the public statements?
Madam Mayor, I wish to raise my point of order now. I did make it immediately following Mrs. Kondakar's statement. I wish to move in accordance with the Constitution that the content of Mrs. Kondakar's statement be referred to the external OSP for further discussion, because I've raised this matter in the past. We've had a similar issue with the attendance at the Warwickshire Police and Crime Panel, so I believe that the council needs to discuss this issue further with regards to attendance at these outside committees that we're clearly not attending. Thank you.
Thank you. I am mute.
I believe the mayor might be on mute.
Go on. No, I'm not muted. Do you want me to? I am.
Can I just advise everyone the mayor's taking some advice from Philip. That's why she's on mute at the moment.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, thank you. I have taken advice, and if Councillor Evans wishes to proceed, then he will need a seconder for that proposal.
I will second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we will need to go to a vote on that particular item.
You do have Councillor Concord.
Okay, again, if you could please indicate for or against the motion put forward by Councillor Evans. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brinley Edwards. Councillor Brinley Edwards.
I believe she's had technical trouble, and I think she's trying to get back on as soon as possible.
Right. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash. I don't believe she's in the meeting yet. Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy. Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against, and I'd like to put the story right when I get a chance, please.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
For, and Councillor Brinley Edwards is now back. You may wish to canvass her vote.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I can see Councillor Brinley Edwards has got a hand up now. Councillor Brinley Edwards, for or against?
For, please.
Okay, thank you.
I believe we're now on to the question from Mr. Jeff Langbridge. Mr. Langbridge submitted the following question to Councillor Neil Phillips. Could the portfolio holder for planning, Councillor Neil Phillips, answer whether, as previously stated, he thinks an entrance to a proposed development within HSD 4 from Judd Close is dangerous? Yes or no?
Yes. Did you hear me, Brent? Sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Okay, so the next statement is from Mr. Ian Castledine. He submitted the following statement. BRV made a formal complaint on the 19th of May about a cabinet minute that appeared to give officers authority to make further changes to the already approved concept plans. The council replied that minor changes as suggested in the cabinet report are such things as correcting spelling or numbering mistakes only. We accepted the council's assurance. Now we learn that tonight's full council is being asked to approve concept plans that have been changed since cabinet approval. HSG 8 is an example of this, with a different plan and different words. Sadly, this is a continuation of the Nuneaton and Bedworth style transparency and high-handed action that residents have become used to through the borough plan process. We had hoped all this was passed. Local residents need to be properly consulted with opportunities to give their views where changes are being proposed to the concept plans. Anything less makes a mockery of the planning process. It is particularly concerning that, as reported tonight, changes have been made to bring concept plans in line with submitting planning applications. At public consultation stage, residents were led to believe that the concept plans are supposed to guide planning applications. Perhaps it is time to ask whose borough this is. Certainly not residents, it seems. The situation is no better with the borough plan. We were told without a plan, the borough would be at the mercy of developers and there would be no control over what could be built. The approved plan has been in force for a year and nothing seems to have changed. All we hear is that clear requirements in the borough plan are being set aside because it might go to appeal. It is a poor state of affairs when the council has so little confidence in its own plan that it cannot defend and enforce it. Yet apparently this is where we are. Contrary to the written assurance to residents, the concept plan for HSG 8 before council tonight is not the plan approved by cabinet. Council should not approve the HSG 8 concept plan SPD because it has been changed and no longer keeps to the policies and key principles in the borough plan. That is the end of that statement, Madam Mayor.
Sorry to interrupt the meeting, but it would appear that the mayor is muted.
Okay. I'll start again. Both Councillor Walmsley and Councillor Evans are stating that we did not have the result from the first vote. I did, in fact, give the result from the first vote as being 15 for and 17 against. I'll move to your point, Councillor Watkins, after we have had the final question from Lub Savečević.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The final statement is as follows. The Borough Council has gone back on its word by not reviewing the Borough Plan upon adoption. Councillors will hopefully remember the petition of over 6,500 signatories which led to full council voting for an immediate review of the Borough Plan upon adoption. Since the plan has been adopted, one review meeting has happened. We had to wait over 6 months after adoption for this meeting. Even then, the only item discussed was traveller pitches. No detailed timetable or schedule was ever agreed. Since then, no further meetings have happened. Now, you might think this is due to COVID-19, but in the same lockdown period, the council has managed to hold 2 meetings of planning committee. So while no meetings for the borough plan review happen in the same time period, developers keep coming forward with half-formed plans and SPDs. The planning committee members who represent the Labour group seem happy to push these half-formed ideas through without fully worked up concept plans or checking the accuracy of SPDs which have been submitted. You would not buy a house without viewing it first and doing all the legal searches. Yet many Labour members of the planning committee are happy to build entire estates across the borough without fully checking the details. From where I and many others are sat, it certainly looks like the council has a bias that favours the developers over its own residents. The council needs to check SPDs as there are still many errors appearing in these documents. Further consultation with the public is needed. Finally, give us our promised review. We do not need 4,000 overspill houses from Coventry. The projections are way out and Coventry's plan is beginning to unravel as it is built upon a foundation of overinflated numbers. Please avoid making the same mistake tonight. That concludes that statement, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I do have a statement. A statement. I do have a chat item from Councillor Watkins, but I'm just taking advice as to whether it is allowed or otherwise. Councillor Watkins, the information I have received is, excuse me, is that it could have been, it cannot be raised as a point of personal information because it was not raised within, it wasn't raised within the debate. So I'm sorry, I can't allow your point. Councillor Evans, I have something on here on the chat, but I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. Can you explain, please?
Yes, Councillor Watkins has always been a man of his word.
And Councillor,
do you want me to speak or not? Good. So the link that I've included in here, Councillor Watkins may want to have a look at it because it's clearly incorrect what the County Council have published.
I'm sure sometimes this mute button's got a life of its own. Councillor Longdon, I can't take your point because we don't allow questions. So we will move then on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 9, which is the special urgency items, and there have been 13 decisions. Excuse me, 13 decisions made under special urgency decisions, but can I emphasise, please, that most of the majority of the decisions have been taken due to new legislation brought in to help deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. And these are they are shown on page 5 of the agenda and are for noting. Do I have a proposer for the special urgency decisions, please. Councillor Jackson.
Happy to propose that they are noted, Chair.
I'll second that, Chair.
So it has been proposed and noted that the special urgency decisions are noted. I don't seem to have any hands raised. Councillor Wilson, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Normally, I am not a massive fan of special urgency decisions, as they have led to a number of complex issues in the history of this council. However, during this period of COVID, they have been necessary. So I would like to put on record my thanks to the executive directors for consulting me as leader of the opposition wherever possible on these items. I haven't necessarily always agreed with some of their viewpoints. However, the fact that they have taken the time to listen to my viewpoints and incorporate what they can shows that at least during these difficult periods of COVID, we have at least tried to have some democratic involvement in the decisions as they go along. And I know that from my discussions, Councillor Jackson has also had input wherever she possibly can into the special urgency decisions. So I'd like to put on record my thanks to the executive directors, but also to the officers that during this period of COVID, they have kept going during these exceptional times and kept whatever services they possibly can literally on the road for our residents in Nuneaton and Bedworth. So I'm happy to note the report as it stands, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Wilson. We have a proposer and a seconder that the special urgency decisions are noted. I see no dissent, so I take it that we agree those decisions. Thank you. I do note on the chat programme there is someone who is sending a message to Councillor Watkins. I don't know where it's from, but it'd be grateful if we could not have personal messages sent on our chat when the meeting is in progress. Councillor Evans, you have a point of order you wish to raise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a point of order, could I move a procedural motion that item 15 be heard before item 10? Thank you.
There is a proposal that agenda item 15, which is members' questions, is raised before agenda item 10. Could I will, is there a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Walmsley, I see you've got your hand up. Is that for seconding?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's the second.
Okay, thank you. What I will need to do, that is a straightforward procedural vote. Just one moment. Philip.
Again, it would be a straight vote without debates.
Yeah.
So straight to the vote.
Okay. I was I was right, and yes, we will be moving to a procedural vote. So Simone, will you do that, please?
Thank you. Again, if you could just indicate for or against the motion, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards. Councillor Brindley Edwards, I believe you're muted.
Yep, sorry. 4.
Okay. Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Croft.
4.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancocks.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Panday.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Yeah, thank you. Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
That is lost 16-17.
Thank you very much. So we will move then to agenda item 10, which is the urgent decisions. Again, this is for noting. Do I have a proposer? Councillor Jackson.
Yes, Madam Mayor, happy to move those.
Okay. And is there a seconder for that, please?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor, just one moment, please. Councillor Condacor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm just about getting used to this meeting and unmuting. There's a delay on the thing. It's really a thing that happens every year. These urgent decisions come up, which we should know about. Things like renewing contracts, local council tax support schemes. A lot of these things on this list should be on the calendar and shouldn't be urgent decisions because we should know they're coming up. And the use of urgent decisions means we never get the opportunity to call them in. Most of the time we don't want to call them in, but I think we should be doing stuff in a timely fashion so that these contract renewals and other things come to the cabinet early enough so they can be called in. And yet again, there's about a dozen or so urgent items. I understand the special urgent items, the COVID stuff, but all this stuff really shouldn't be on the urgent list. We should have actually had it in good time. Thank you, Chair.
Can I remind members that this was for questions only, but I certainly didn't want to interrupt a speaker. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a question in relation to this item with reference to the draft Bedworth Town Centre visioning document on the 13th of November 2019. Could I ask the leader of the council, whose portfolio I presume this now falls under, the Labour group promised Bedworth residents £100,000 towards the town centre transformation programme. Could the leader of the council outline to full council this evening when the residents of Bedworth will be able to see a breakdown of how this money will be spent?
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to item 11.2a, I would just like to ask whether the portfolio read all of the consultation responses prior to casting his vote at the meeting.
Councillor Brown, are you on the urgent decisions?
No, apologies. I thought we moved on.
No, I haven't. We're still on agenda item 10.
I will come back to you then.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so Councillor Jackson, do you want to respond to the question Councillor Evans made?
Yes, there were two concerns raised. Councillor Condacor asked that why there were I think he wanted things done in a more timely way without the need for urgency. Some of these decisions are urgent because they're actually subsequently considered in another venue. So, for example, the General Fund and Capital Programme on the 12th of February, and indeed the HRA and Capital Programme of the 12th of February, subsequently went to full council for approval. And then everyone had the opportunity to approve them. We do only try to use urgent measures when there is a specific need, and that is detailed within the report. In regard to Councillor Evans's question, I am hopeful, Councillor Evans, that we can set up that Bedworth Town Centre group of members, the cross-party liaison group, as soon as possible. And I think it is appropriate that that group is set up now we are into the recovery phase of COVID, and there can be further discussions about finances, etc. I think everyone will understand that sadly our community, like communities up and down the country, has had to put brakes on some things that we all feel passionate about, but that was the right thing to do in what have been very challenging times. But Councillor Evans, I assure you it is my intention as soon as it is possible to set up that Bedworth member liaison group. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We have a proposer and a seconder for that. Do we have any further speakers? If not, I will assume there is no dissent, so that agenda item will be noted. Thank you. Agenda item 11, which is the Cabinet report, and I need to remind members that agenda item 11 is questions only, please. Councillor Brown, are you indicated?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll just ask the same question I inadvertently asked a couple of minutes ago in relation to item agenda 11.2a. Did the portfolio holder read all of the consultation responses before casting his vote at the Cabinet meeting in question?
Okay.
I did not read the full 744 responses, no.
Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I've got two questions. The first one is on page 47, which is the tail end of the bit on economy. It says on the 10th of June, the Secretary of State wrote to councils about capital projects. Can I ask the leader what capital projects are going into future bids for this funding that could be completed in 18 months? And also there's some capital projects like the cycle lane in Wellington and the Wellington GP surgery that are still outstanding from planning obligations. So can I ask, can those be considered as capital projects to be done within 18 months as well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does that Councillor Jackson?
It is, Madam Mayor. I'm more than happy to get a briefing note out to members in regard to the both items, one of which actually falls partly under County Council and Borough. But Councillor Condacor, hear what you're saying, and I think I will ask officers to provide a briefing note in regard to how we are trying to meet the needs of bids that are coming in. There have been government announcements, quite a plenty of them over the last few months. I think an update to elected members is an opportune time now that we are moving hopefully more into the recovery phase, and I will ask our executive directors to provide you with that.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I ask Councillor Phillips, in relation to page 46, 4A, it's regarding supplementary development plans. Could I ask Councillor Phillips if he would give some further consideration to have a look at the policy that within this about having clusters of accommodation for social housing, affordable housing, when it's for as long as I can remember, members of the planning committee have been extremely keen on pepper potting of this sort of accommodation within developments, and that I think we run a risk of clusters. I'm not sure it's the right term, but being shoved to the boundaries of some developments and not being fully inclusive. Could I ask that he gives some consideration to that policy, please? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Phillips.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Yes, we can give that consideration again if it's coming up as a problem. In terms of the affordable housing clustering, the supplementary planning document does say affordable housing should not be located in the least desirable areas, but distributed evenly amongst market housing. With that wording and the new table showing cluster sizes for different sizes of development, we were hoping that it would give officers and members more scope to object to proposals with unsatisfactory distribution of affordable housing. The existing 2007 affordable housing support document does refer to 1 in 4 homes being the council's preferred spread, but there have been, unfortunately, appeal decisions, e.g. at Parks Farm in Bedworth, where this was not supported by the inspector. There seems to be that clustering of units now seems commonplace, and the approach is supported by registered providers due to ease of maintenance. Hopefully, the new SPD will do its job in delivering even distribution of affordable units in the right locations, but we will be alert to the possibility of small breaks in clustering and challenge that at pre-application stage if required. If there are issues going forward, there is, of course, the option of renewing and updating the SPD, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 questions in relation to item 2C on the 11th of March, the submission of draft business case to the Future High Streets Fund. In reference to the answer that the Leader of the Council has just given me, could I ask why the Council did not agree to a virtual meeting with Warwickshire County Council? She's just stated that she wants to have a virtual meeting, which I completely welcome. So could I ask why the Council did not agree to a virtual meeting with Warwickshire County Council? And could I also ask if she can assure full Council that we are on track to submit an application for Bedworth for the Future High Streets Fund?
Councillor Jackson.
Well, actually, Chair, neither of those questions relate to item 2C. We, like councils up and down the country, had to get ourselves ready for having remote meetings, and I think it was right and appropriate that we got that correct and working adequately to have meetings. I've had several meetings with members of Warwickshire County Council. Yes, we are on time to submit our High Street funding application for Nuneaton, and as has been said, when the government reopens that fund, we will be making an application for Bedworth. The government has yet to actually give us further details, to my knowledge, of subsequent rounds, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is relating to point 5. I've had it on good authority that the Labour leader has contacted her opposite number in Coventry to discuss amalgamation of councils. And I'm just wondering, has she had any discussions with any other councils in the combined authority to discuss amalgamation? I was made aware of this. I was made aware of this by actual Labour members in Coventry. It's originated.
Councillor Golby, can I interrupt you and ask you what your question has got to do with the West Midlands Combined Authority?
Well, Coventry is a member council of the West Midlands Combined Authority, and an approach has been made to amalgamate Coventry and Nuneaton and Bedworth by the leader, and I wondered if there was any other approaches to any other combined authority members.
Councillor Golby, I am not allowing your question because it is absolutely nothing to do with that particular item on the report.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
No, I'm sorry, I can't take your point of order unless you put it on chat, Councillor Golby.
Okay.
I have ruled that I will not take a question about devolution when we're talking on an item about the West Midlands Combined Authority.
I'm asking about...
We'll move to Councillor Condacor, please.
Thank you very much. I actually have a question on the back of what Neil Phillips said earlier about pepper potting affordable housing, and he talked about least desirable places. At the moment, we've got lots of development with sewage pumping stations on, and the affordable housing seems to be always clumped around the sewage pumping stations. Will the portfolio holder take action to ensure that doesn't happen in future, and actually an equitable distribution of affordable housing around the more and less desirable parts of new developments?
Councillor, we can look at this at every planning application stage. Like we need to, obviously, with Councillor Hancock's and your own concerns, we need planning officers to get involved at the pre-application stage so that when the proposal does come to planning committee, there's more chance of having more equitable and desirable affordable housing locations within any development.
I have 2 points of order. Councillor Evans, you have a point of order. Or was that an earlier one, was it, Councillor Evans? Sorry. Councillor Golby, your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm raising the point of order based on the fact that I was asking a question about West Midlands Combined Authority Councils, and it was ruled out of order. I just wonder if you can tell me how it was ruled out of order.
It was ruled out of order by myself, because the issue that you were talking about is about the discussions that are going to take place in future about devolution. And the point you have raised is absolutely nothing whatsoever, despite the fact that Coventry is a member of West Midlands Combined Authority. The point you have raised is absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that item on the agenda, and my ruling stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not able to put anything on chat because the chat channel isn't open to me. It's greyed out on my screen, something that we'll have to look at a technical issue on. But thank you for responding to me raising my hand. I have to refer you to page 48 and item 5, West Midlands Combined Authority. I'd like to ask the leader, as our representative on West Midlands Combined Authority, what conversations she has had about us potentially merging with other members of West Midlands Combined Authority.
Councillor Tromans, you were getting the same response from me than Councillor Golby did. I have no intention of taking questions to the leader on anything to do with any merging of any councils. The agenda at item 5 has absolutely no reference whatsoever to any merging of any councils, either within Warwickshire or within the rest of the West Midlands. So again, I am ruling your question out of order.
Forgive me, it says item 5, West Midlands Combined Authority.
Councillor Tromans, I have absolutely no intention of taking any questions to anyone relating to...
Madam Mayor, it may be inconvenient for the Labour group, but
I am speaking.
The council, and we have the right to ask questions.
Whilst it's in the combined authority update, as first said, it's backward looking, and there is no mention in the update of anything to do with devolution or mergers or anything. But as Phil said, just move on. You don't have to spell it out.
And then on the
Yes. Yeah.
I have taken advice, and I am absolutely correct. The West Midlands Combined Authority mention in the report is about what has happened previously in the Combined Authority and has nothing whatsoever to do with anything that might happen in the future. So I am not allowing any questions about any amalgamation of any councils, either within Warwickshire or within the Combined Authority. So we will move on. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to ask the Leader of the Council a question in relation to item number 5. Does the Leader of the Council accept that if the Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council was to merge with Coventry, it would need to become a full member of the Combined Authority?
Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. On item 4E, it mentions the new sports facilities we're getting potentially in the borough, including one at Top Farm. The Top Farm site is going to be possibly the site of the new GP surgery for Wellington, as it's been moved from the existing Gland site on Church Lane. Could the Cabinet member tell me the expected completion date of the Top Farm facility, given the current economic climate?
Okay, thank you. Is that Councillor Jackson? Councillor Phillips?
Councillor Lloyd.
Councillor Lloyd, sorry.
The answer is no, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is on point 3A. There's a slight grammatical error in the printing, so you'll have to forgive me for it. The third paragraph down, it says it cannot be underestimated the financial implications on the council, particularly on its income streams, have been far more drastic and may have a significant impact on the resilience and sustainability of the council. Can the Leader of the Council confirm that the sustainability of the council is in jeopardy, and that's why she went to speak to Coventry City Council regarding merging services and councils? Thank you.
You are trying very, very hard to constantly raise the same issue, Councillor Golby, and I have no intention of allowing that to happen in this meeting. I don't have any further speakers on this particular item. Oh, sorry, he's not showing up on my... Oh yes, there he is. Sorry, Councillor Walmsley.
That's quite all right, Madam Mayor. My question is in relation to section 3, part A, again on the finance and civic affairs portfolio, the COVID response and its impacts, and the sentence about the having a significant impact on the resilience and sustainability of the council. Can the Leader therefore confirm what she has done and what discussions she's had with neighbouring authorities on ways in which we can look to reduce expenditure, either by pooling resources or other further drastic measures?
Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I can assure members that I've written to all 3 members of Parliament in regard to finances of this council, seeking their assistance in lobbying ministers for further funding for local government. I've attended numerous meetings of the District Councils Network where leaders around the country have come together to look at the financial implications of COVID-19 on this council and others. And I think as a council we have a very good track record of working with other councils where it is beneficial and efficient and in the best interest of this council. So, for example, we have shared services in benefits and revenues with North Warwickshire, etc. I think we will always look at opportunities, but right now we need further assistance from central government, and I'm sure you would appreciate my writing to the 3 MPs in regard to this matter.
Councillor Tromans. Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, appreciating the government paying us an extra 1.3 million so far, can the leader tell us exactly how far away is the council from having to issue a Section 114 notice? Can you give us an approximate figure of how tight things are?
Councillor Tromans, if you read the Cabinet reports in regard to this, it gives you a clear indication of where we are. We are still awaiting. There was another announcement from government of some £500 million for councils. It is my understanding that we have still to receive further details on the distribution of those monies. And so at this exact moment in time, I can't give you an exact figure.
Thank you. I have 2 points of order. One is from Councillor Evans asking why did I get muted. I did not complete my question. I would like the legal view as to whether this is allowed as part of the Constitution. The answer, Councillor Evans, is my response to you was that I was not prepared to allow anyone within the item 5 of the agenda to discuss anything other than was on item 5. That is why you were muted, because I had given an instruction to do so because I felt you were out of order. I have another point of order from Councillor Golby. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the point of order was I was going to ask for clarification on why my question on point 3A and the sustainability of the council was disallowed. Where constitutionally, which point of
the reason that your question was disallowed was for the very same reason, Councillor Golby, because you were yet again trying to talk about arrangements between local authorities in relation to what might happen in the future. And there is nothing on the agenda that allows that to happen.
But as a second point of order to that, Madam Mayor, I actually raised it under sustainability of the council, which I think is quite serious.
You still mentioned an amalgamation between Nuneaton and Coventry.
Actually, Madam Mayor, can I clarify the point? I actually mentioned the fact that the leader has had discussions with Coventry.
Yes,
and did. I think it's quite important that we discuss it. Clearly you don't, so I'll accept your muting.
No, you're muted. You're muted. Just hang on.
I'm not.
You are.
Well, I'm not muted on here. I'm not. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Can you hear me? Well,
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I am moving now to Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is my final question, I promise. In relation to Section 3A, with regards to the financial implications on the council due to the coronavirus, can the leader of the council explicitly state what discussions she has had with other council leaders, if any, regarding the pooling and merger of council services? And I say, can she specifically mention which council leaders, if any?
Could I ask you a question as to what exactly you mean by pooling of services, Councillor Evans?
The merger of services. that's what pooling means. But okay, right.
I am well aware of what pooling means, Councillor Evans. I was simply asking for clarification.
Why ask then?
And if I will ask Councillor Jackson to respond, but she will not be responding in any way with anything to do with the merging of councils. Councillor Jackson.
Why not?
Because I said so. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have already said that we already share, where it is appropriate to do so, services with other local authorities. That is something we do because it is good practice. And I think I can say that most councils up and down the country do share certain services with other authorities. If Councillor Evans would like a list of those, I'm sure that could be compiled for him.
Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much. Final one for me. On the test, track and trace, which is on page 47, can the Cabinet Member for Health tell me which Cabinet members or scrutiny chairs are getting involved in the test, track and trace programme, considering that the scrutiny chair didn't go to the Health and Scrutiny Committee for the last 4 meetings?
Councillor Jackson.
Yes, Chair, it may be that Councillor Phillips wishes to come in as well. I can assure Councillor Condacor that I do attend a member liaison group in regard to COVID-19 issues. I also attend the Warwickshire Recovery Group, which consists of leaders of councils along with various professionals and chief executives. Lots of meetings, frankly, Councillor Condacor, that I attend in this regard, and I also know that Councillor Phillips has attended, even today, the Health and Wellbeing Board. I think Councillor Phillips will confirm if that was the one he did attend.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Condacor, I attended a webinar meeting this morning with Public Health and also community groups. There were 31 members on this webinar, and it was looking at the communications, etc., and how test, track and trace will actually be running across Warwickshire.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Under the Constitution 4A12D, I move that the item, particularly in reference to the section 3A, the financial report, COVID response and impacts from the Cabinet meeting, be referred to the internal overview and scrutiny panel. Clearly, the Banana Republic with you and the chair doesn't want to discuss matters tonight. I think it's important we have full discussions on them.
Okay, you can make that. Is there a seconder for that proposal?
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, we will go to the vote. Simone.
Okay, again, if you could indicate for or against the motion, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards. Councillor Brindley Edwards. Okay. I'll come back if needed. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane. His apologies. Councillor Glass. Councillor Glass. Okay, I'll move on. Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Welling-Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against, and I'm getting fed up with them.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For, and I think Councillor Brindley Edwards is now back.
I can see that. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
And Councillor Glass.
Yeah, I'm here. Press the wrong button. Against.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's lost 17-16.
15 votes to 17.
16-17.
17, yes. So we will be moving on to agenda item 11. 12, yes. Councillor Phillips, I believe you were introducing this item.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. The purpose of this report is to amend the arrangements for chairing of the licensing committee, and that the recommendation is that Councillor Hancock be appointed as chair of the licensing committee for the remainder of the municipal year, and because it's to the end of the municipal year, proposals for the licensing committee be considered at the next annual council meeting in 2021. Madam Mayor, the licensing committee has over the last 18 months experienced a significant decrease in its workload, leading to the cancellation of a number of meetings. In view of this, and in a view to make a saving on special responsibility allowances, the leader of the council has requested that the council amend the membership of the committee to appoint the chair of Planning Applications Committee as chair of both committees. Now, the allowance scheme was last approved on the 12th of July 2017, and it did retain the rule that a member may only receive one special responsibility allowance. Accordingly, there will be a small saving arising from the loss of the licensing SRA. As Councillor Hancock is already a member of the licensing committee, no further changes would be required to give effect to this proposal. However, it does give an opportunity to review the workload of the licensing committee, especially going forward in advance of the 2021 annual council meeting. Really then, the proposal is therefore to appoint the chair of Planning Applications Committee for the remainder of the municipal year, and the position to be considered further at the next annual council. Now, this has been a bit of a hot potato in a way, but I think this is a sensible recommendation and would move it to the council.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation?
Madam Mayor, can I second that and reserve my right to speak?
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I indicated earlier, I'd like to propose an amendment to this recommendation. Basically, it's exactly the same recommendation, but to replace Councillor Hancock's with Councillor Evans. On the basis that whilst there may be some small savings to the council because Councillor Hancock's won't be drawing an additional special responsibility allowance, there's concerns about the distribution of workload for councils, given that Councillor Hancock's is already Deputy Mayor and Chair of Planning, and also because Councillor Evans has done an excellent job in standing in for Councillor Elliott when she hasn't been available for the various meetings that have taken place this year. And of course, he's not getting hasn't received any of the allowance of what was being reported as Britain's highest paid councillor, as reported in the press. So I would certainly recommend that Councillor Evans continues as having been the deputy chair of this committee. It would be appropriate that he steps up and takes over the chairing of that committee for the remainder of the municipal year. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Brown's proposal.
I'll second that.
Do you wish to speak, Councillor Brown?
I seconded.
Yeah. Okay. Do you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, I need to say that I know Councillor Evans very well. I know that he takes his licensing duties very seriously. So I think it would be ideal for this role on a personal level. That's all I have to say on the matter.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Councillor Elliott.
Thanks, Chair. So back in 2019, when I agreed to become Chair of Licensing, it was not then possible to foresee how much business there would be. But I don't recall any of the opposition raising this as a concern at any point then. That said, I was already in discussions with the leader about merging licensing with another committee due to insufficient need for meetings to convene, well before somebody decided to employ a now familiar childish tactic which has been used several times recently, whereby they take a story, twist it, sensationalise it, and publicise it in a way designed to deliberately manufacture public outrage. This is a campaign of propaganda and intimidation and needs looking into, Madam Mayor. Now, as a Labour council, we do all we can to save the council money and have reduced all allowances. Allowances are necessary, however, as in a true democracy, it is vital to encourage individuals from a range of backgrounds and circumstances to serve as councillors, not just those who can afford to represent their community without an allowance, and not just those without childcare or other caring responsibilities, or who work and may struggle to stay in meetings which go on late into the night when standing orders are suspended. This also needs looking into, I would suggest, please, Chair. Now, as far as paying back last year's allowance, which has been called for, I am happy to do so, just as soon as every single member of the opposition who has ever unavoidably missed one meeting also pays back every penny they have claimed. It is of some interest that we never see any public character assassinations taking place about the enduring and ongoing absences of Conservative members, which far outnumber my one absence. I repeat, one absence. Instead, this spotlight on the attendance of Labour councillors, whilst ignoring very poor attendance on the Tory side, you may recall, forced a Labour member to attend in a body brace partway through his cancer treatment last year. It is time to put an end to this despicable and disrespectful behaviour, behave like grown-ups and concentrate on helping our residents instead of sitting at keyboards retweeting petty and misleading character assassinations. So I would recommend that we vote this through without the need for any further, vote through the original motion without any further attempt at slurring anyone's reputation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Connell.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We should actually ask the question, why aren't we got many licensing meetings? This council has a really important role in licensing taxes, licensing establishments that sell alcohol, licensing scrap metal dealers. And this council for years has had an appallingly low level of enforcement. And I think we need to ask the question, why aren't there many licensing meetings taking place? We have currently a new application for a 24-hour drinks serving licence at the petrol station, the BP petrol station on the Old Hinkley Road. This is exactly the sort of thing the public should know about. The publicity is very poor for these applications, and it should be going to licensing committee. We have a drinks problem, we have a weight problem, we have so many environmental problems in this borough. The licensing committee should be really busy, and I'm alarmed how little stuff goes to licensing. And I understand the committee will meet less often, and maybe we need to pay the chair of it a certain fee per meeting, £100 per meeting or whatever, so that the workload is commensurate with the pay. I have no issue with Councillor Evans being chair of it. It will give him something to do.
Wonderful. Not exactly speaking to the item that we have in front of us.
I I'm trying to speak to the item. We have no problem with Councillor Evans being chair, but I think we need to review why there isn't enough work for the licensing committee, given the considerable problems the borough has. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Concerned on a number of points. I mean, I think given that we're in overall control and that Councillor Evans was pretty much doing the job as stepping up from being deputy to actually chairing the licensing meetings, it would make an awful lot of sense and be the right thing to do to have him take over there, because it's an awful lot of responsibility to put into one person's hand, to say that you're going to be chair of both planning and licensing and deputy mayor and what's the rest of the Labour group do? I mean, that you can't find more than one person to take on the roles. That's a bit worrying in itself. There is a very serious issue that's been raised here tonight, though, by Councillor Elliott, and obviously I'd just like a bit of clarification, because this is almost certainly going to head the way of standards. I mean, I didn't hear any kind of apology for not fulfilling the role of chair. I did hear her apparently blaming the Conservative group. I'd just like some clarity that the council is not saying that in any way it's down to Conservative members that a Labour chair failed to do her job. The other thing that I take exception to is what I appear to have heard, her claiming that Conservative members had forced a Labour member who was seriously ill out of their sickbed and to turn up to the council. We would never do any such thing, nor do we have such powers. If Labour members want to turn up, that's entirely down to them.
Councillor Tromans, can you speak to the amendment, please?
Well, I did, in suggesting that Councillor Carl Evans should take over as chair, but I think I needed to come back on the points that were made earlier by Councillor Elliott, and I think we need some clarity on that, as I say, because one way or another this seems to be going to standards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just picking up again on something that was said in the pre-prepared statement that Councillor Elliott has just read out. And it was, I'd just like some clarification on how many meetings she did actually chair.
Councillor Golby, can you please speak to the amendment? The amendment was...
Oh, yeah.
Just one moment. The amendment was that Councillor Evans be the chair of the licensing committee, and whilst I mention that, although I think it is quite a simple one, in future, when you have moved an amendment, can you write the amendment on chat, please, so other members can share it? I won't ask Councillor Brown to do it.
Madam Mayor, I did write it on chat. It's there to see.
Did you? I'm sorry, I must have.
Oh, so okay, I'll rephrase. I'll rephrase what I was saying.
Sorry, Councillor Golby, for interrupting again, but no, it hasn't appeared on my chat, Councillor. I've even forgotten your name.
It's Councillor Brown, Madam Mayor, and I assure you, looking at my chat, it's clearly there.
Well, I don't have it on mine, but that may be just another blip on the system, but I certainly can't see it on mine. I'm looking now.
Clearly, it seems we've got quite a few technical glitches.
Well, I think that is inevitable in a meeting of this size. Councillor Golby, I'm sorry I interrupted you again.
No, that's fine. I'll just speak in support of Councillor Evans being officially made the chair of licensing, soon as though it seems he was pretty much doing the job anyway. And I would just like to, as I said, clarification on how many meetings was chaired by Councillor Elliott when she was chair of licensing. Thank you.
Well, I'm not about to answer that question for you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to fully support and endorse the amendment that is for Councillor Evans to be appointed as the chair of licensing. However, what I do have an issue with, Madam Mayor, is that we were subjected to a tirade of accusations from a member which did not bear any relevance to the amendment in question, and yet it was allowed by yourself, Madam Mayor, to be continued in full. So there were accusations in there which I believe it is only fair that we should be able to rebut. That's only fair debate and practice. So as the only member on my side who actually claims an SRA as leader of the opposition, I believe it is incumbent on all those who claim an SRA to actually do the job they are paid for. Now, the amount of meetings I have as leader of the opposition, and I only get about £2,500, far outweigh the number of meetings by licensing, far outweigh the number of meetings by OSP chairs, which get paid at almost double my allowance. But the fact of the matter is, I do my job, and certain councillors on this authority have claimed an amount of money for chairing a committee and not done that job. Now, to anyone else on the street, that could be considered, and I emphasise could be considered to be taking money without actually doing the job you are paid to do. And I think that that is a bad reputational stain on this authority. The attempt at a defence was weaselly and pathetic, in my view, and they should just hold their hands up, pay the money back, and actually try and regain some semblance of respect from the residents on the street for taking money what could be considered under false pretences. Anyone else who had done that could end up in a court of law. I think it's only fair that that money is repaid. That is what other members of the public may think. Of course, I'm not actually saying that is the position.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I've heard everything now tonight. We've heard from the portfolio holder. We've heard from the chair of the committee, that one of the issues is, and it's obvious for the lack of meetings and the cancellation of meetings, there's no business. It's not coming through. One of those reasons will be the situation we're in at the moment, obviously with COVID-19. Prior to that, there was no business. That's why meetings were cancelled. I cannot possibly support handing over the chairmanship to somebody else to claim money for not having meetings because there's going to be no business. It's not coming through at the moment. It's quite right to review the situation after at the AGM, annual general meeting, at the annual council. I think it would be hypocrisy if we did hand that over as a paid job to another member. The business isn't coming through at the moment. It may do in the future and may have to relook at it. But at this moment in time, I think it's common sense. You know, Councillor Hancox is a member of the licensing committee. He's not getting any extra money for doing that job. He's taking it on and going to be running those committees separate from the planning committee when there's business available. At the moment, there isn't. So I cannot possibly support the amendment to just hand over to anybody else as a paid member, because the business isn't there. It's defeating the object that the opposition are putting forward, and that's why I say it's hypocrisy, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Elliott, but could you stick?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was asked to come back. I'd just like to point out that I attended every meeting that was called except for one. And I just want to reiterate, can we go to the vote without the need for any further attempt at slurring anyone's reputation?
Thank you. Councillor, okay, thank you for that, Councillor Elliott. Just one moment, please. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Jackson, you seconded the item on the licensing committee part of the agenda, and you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
Madam Mayor, I think we're still dealing with the
amendment. Sorry, I've had Claire Golby hand appear, so could you just hold fire for one moment? Could you just hold your fire one moment, Councillor Golby, you wanted to come back?
Yeah, I was going to raise a point of order that Councillor Elliott has already spoken, and under the Constitution, you can't speak twice on a motion or an amendment. So that's actually what Councillor Elliott has done. It is unconstitutional.
I think that Councillor Golby, Councillor Golby, there have been several occasions this evening where I have allowed a person to speak more than once on any item on the agenda. So we will move then to Councillor Jackson. You reserved your right to speak.
Madam Mayor, can I seek clarity? I think we are still dealing with the amendment.
We are dealing with the amendment from Councillor Brown, who moved that Councillor Evans take over the chair of the licensing committee, seconded by Councillor Brown.
I think, Madam Mayor, the person who has the right to speak last is Councillor Phillips as the mover of the original motion.
Sorry, yes, I'm being told that you are correct. Sorry, I made a mistake, and I can always admit to doing that. So, Councillor Condacor, as I said, several people have spoken more than once on this item. Councillor Condacor.
When the Tory motion fails, I'd like to raise an alternative amendment. So can we take that before you take a vote on the substantive motion?
Yeah. You've given notice that you want to raise a further amendment once the vote has been taken on Councillor Brown's amendment. Thank you. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did try and make the point straight after. Can I refer those members present to the Constitution section 413(5)(a), which states when a member may speak again, to speak once on an amendment moved by another motion. And actually, the rules of debate are very clear that they relate to motions and they don't relate to questions. So if I could perhaps update the factual accuracy of the comment you just made about multiple people speaking. Yes, that's correct, but they were on matters of questions, which is perfectly legitimate and constitutional. The comments from, or the second attempt of a speech from Councillor Elliott is not constitutional, just to make that clear to all members and the public.
You have made your point, Councillor Walmsley. Councillor, no more speakers. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It's amazing that in this time of difficulty for so many people, so many businesses, that this simple, straightforward, short-term recommendation has caused so much animosity amongst us councillors. So, for practical terms, Madam Mayor, I think we should just not accept the amendment. I will be against the amendment, and then we can move to another amendment, and then hopefully the final proposal.
Councillor Jackson, do you now wish to? But I haven't taken Councillor Jackson.
No, Councillor Jackson seconded the original substantive motion before the amendment was moved.
Okay. We will move to the voting on the amendment. The amendment was from Councillor Brown, and his amendment was that Councillor Evans should take over as chair of the licensing committee until the end of till next May 21. So, Simone.
On a point of order, Madam Mayor, I did raise in the chat the request that this vote be recorded. I did raise that in the chat, but that's not been acknowledged. So just to highlight that to you, I don't think it's been seen, Madam Mayor.
I haven't got that one either, so there may well be some sort of problem with the chat.
I'm doing the roll. I'm doing it as a recorded vote anyway.
So we are because we're having votes, of course, through this system. They are automatically recorded anyway. So, Councillor Simone, do you want to go through the list?
Again, if you could indicate for or against the amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Absolutely for.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Deffin.
Against.
Councillor Doherty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox. Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Mute.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash, you're muted. I'll come back to you. Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandair.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
And Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For.
Could you?
That's lost 16-17.
Did you say 16?
16-17.
That the amendment was lost 16, 17. Could I therefore ask Councillor Condacore?
You have a point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Walmsley, your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I am sorry to be pedantic on this, but I think it's very important that we understand actually the rules and the procedures of this meeting. According to the extracted council virtual procedures at Part 2.11.5, it states details of how individual members voted will not be kept or minuted unless a recorded vote is called. Can we therefore have clarification, Madam Mayor? Are we working to the rules as set out to us, or actually are all votes being recorded as recorded? Votes being done as recorded votes, because I think it's very important. I'm very happy, therefore, for all of my votes to be on fully accounted and published in the minutes. But it's a very important democratic principle that we understand actually what rules we're working to, and they're not being made up or amended on the hoof. Thank you.
Councillor Walmsley, as you said, you had asked for a recorded vote. So in the minutes of the next meeting, the result of this vote will be recorded in the minutes. The minute that anywhere there is not a recorded vote requested, they will simply be whether the amendment was won or lost.
Thank you. That was different to what you said just a moment ago, so that's why I asked for the clarity. I'm very grateful.
I said that all of the votes were currently being recorded by Simone. I have just said to you the fact that you asked for a recorded vote, they will be recorded on the minutes of the next meeting. So we now move to Councillor Condacore. You wish to raise a further amendment, which you have written down for everyone to see.
Thank you very much, Chair. I won't drag this out, but I just thought as a compromise, I proposed an amendment that I would become chair of the licensing committee for the remaining of the municipal year and be paid at minimum wage for each meeting, including preparation time. And I hope someone can second that simple motion, which will save the council a considerable amount of money and also, I think, limit the workload from Councillor Hancock's if he gets busy.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Condacor's proposal?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Was that Councillor Golby?
It was Jane Sargent,
Jane Sargent. Sorry, Jane. I couldn't see your
It's quite all right. You've just aged Claire. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Evans, have you got your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to speak to the amendment which has just been proposed by Councillor Kandaka. And could I just say thank you to the 16 people who voted for me, much appreciated. And I wouldn't have took a penny for doing it because I don't believe in forking out £2,500 for 30 minutes. But
thank you, Councillor Evans.
So talking to the amendment, I'm not entirely sure how Councillor Kandaka could become chairman of the licensing committee, considering that he doesn't actually sit on the licensing committee. So not entirely sure how we would get around that. We would have to change the political composition of the council in order for the Green Party group, or if he does have a group now, to actually get a seat on the licensing committee. And if he does want a seat on the regulatory committees, then he needs to win more seats at the next election, which I think would be difficult under the circumstances.
Right. Okay. I imagine, should the vote, Councillor Condacor win the vote this evening, that he becomes chair of licensing, then our officers would have to go away and consider the makeup of the licensing committee as a result of that vote being done. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's been enough discussion to know what's going on with this issue on any amendment or on the actual proposal. So can I move that we move to the vote on the amendment straight away?
Second that.
There's a proposal and a second that we move to the vote on the proposal that Councillor Condacor chairs the licensing committee.
Sorry, Chair, I actually had my hand raised.
Yeah, I've got just a minute, please. I'm taking. I was planning to do. So we're taking a vote, procedural vote, on the proposal from Councillor Lloyd that we move to the vote on the amendment. Simone?
Okay. Thank you. If you could indicate for or against moving to the vote, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doherty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacor.
Against. We've only got one speaker left.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longden. Councillor Longden, I think you're on mute. I'll come back to you. Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips,
For.
Councillor Pomfret,
For.
Councillor Rudkin, Councillor Rudkin,
For.
Councillor A Sargent,
Against.
Councillor J Sargent,
Against.
Councillor J Shepherd,
For.
Councillor T Shepherd, Councillor Smith,
Against.
Councillor Tandy,
For.
Councillor Tromans,
Against.
Councillor Walmsley,
Against.
Councillor Watkins,
For.
Councillor Wilson,
Against.
and Councillor Longdon.
For.
That's carried 17-16 to move to the vote.
Thank you. That was carried. I have a point of order from Councillor Golby saying that she had already raised her hand before I called for the vote. I think the answer to that is proposal to move to the vote has been moved. I cannot take any further speakers on the amendment that we were speaking about. So I will move to the proposal, which was proposed by Councillor Phillips and seconded by Councillor Jackson.
You have to take the vote on the amendment now.
Oh,
I think.
Oh, sorry, I've got to take the vote on the amendment.
Yes.
Can we not
take
speak
the
on
vote.
the substantive motion?
Sorry.
We're taking the procedural vote. Now we have to take the vote on the actual amendment.
So we can't speak on the substantive?
I'm trying to raise a point of order, if possible.
Councillor Golby, raise your point of order.
I would like some legal advice, please, on whether it's constitutional to move to the vote when people have indicated to speak and have been waiting to speak, and also, is it constitutional to vote somebody, to take a vote on somebody as a chair of a committee if they are not sitting on that committee?
I am informed that yes, if a member raises the issue of raises a proposal that we go to the vote, then I have to go to the vote on the proposer and seconder. In relation to the other issue that you raise, I need to take advice because Councillor Golby, I have the response. I was quite right that the proposal that was made was not out of order, and should the vote be won, then the officers would have to go away and reconstitute the committee to look at the political balance within the council. Councillor Evans, you were asking a question saying, am I being banned from speaking on the substantive motion? I'm about to move back to the motion that was proposed by Councillor.
If I can clarify, Madam Mayor, we need to take a vote now on the amendment. Then if that's lost, we would then move back to substantive motion, and then you could debate that and vote on that.
I'm now going to take a vote on the motion proposed by Councillor Condacor that he become chair of the licensing committee.
Okay. Thank you. Again, please indicate for or against. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brinley Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown. Ooh, I'll come back to you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazaina's apologies. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Councillor Llewellyn Nash, I think you're on mute still.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
And Councillor Wilson.
Against.
And Councillor Brown.
Against.
That's lost 30-3.
That proposal is lost 13 votes to 13 against and 3 in favour. So we will now move on to the substantive motion, which is that we agree that was proposed by Councillor Phillips and seconded by Councillor Jackson, that Councillor Bill Hancox be appointed to the chair of the licensing committee. Sorry, I do have speakers. Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm now speaking on the substantive report that's been presented. As the vice chair of the committee, I very much welcome the report. Clearly, there needs to be some sort of study into how we go forward with the licensing committee, and whether or not it needs to have an appointed chair for the entirety of the municipal year. I think one of the things that we may need to look at is paying out an allowance per meeting rather than annually, because I think it's scandalous that someone can be paid over £2,500 for chairing a meeting which didn't last more than an hour. So that really can't happen in the future. The position is a very important one, obviously, as are all the chairs of the regulatory committees, and of course a lot of people sometimes forget that the chair of licensing does on occasions need to go to court to defend the decisions that a council has made, particularly if one of those decisions has gone to an appeal. So going forward, I do think that the council needs to look at amending the constitution so that we completely remove any reference to a SRA for the chair of the licensing committee. One of the things that I would say that does concern me in reference to the comments from Councillor Elliott earlier was the prospect of merging the licensing committee with other committees. And I would ask Councillor Phillips in his closing remarks to confirm that the licensing committee will not be merged with another committee on the council, particularly planning, because that would make it even busier than what it is at the moment. And on a final note, I'd just like to say I'm the vice chairman of the committee, and I wasn't made aware of these recommendations at all before they were published when they were published last week, and it would have been nice to have been informed about the recommendations by officers as the vice chair before this was made public. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just see the danger we're going to go through all the same arguments all over again. There's been a big discussion around this issue. The decisions that are going to be made on the future of the committee are going to be at the annual council. So the opportunity is there to look at the situation again. I think there's a lot more issues that need to be discussed on this agenda, and we're spending an awful lot of time going round in circles through amendments and everything else on this one. So in light of that, Madam Mayor, I again going to move that we go straight to the vote.
Second.
Okay, that is seconded, so that was what we will do. We will be moving to the Councillor Lloyd has proposed that we move to the vote on this, on the appointment of Councillor Hancock's to the chair. So can we have a seconder? Could you go through it, please?
So again, this is a vote on the procedural motion to move to the vote.
Yeah.
So again, please indicate for or against the procedural motion. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards. Councillor Brindley Edwards. Okay. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doherty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacore.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd. For. Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against, and note this takes longer than it would have allowed the last speaker to speak.
Councillor Watkins.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
And Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Yeah, sorry, my sound just temporarily dropped out. Can you just confirm what this vote is on, please?
This is on the procedural motion to move to the vote on the substantive motion.
Right. Against.
Thank you. That carried 17-16.
That is carried 17-16. Thank you. Okay, so we then move to the proposal from Councillor Phillips and seconded by Councillor Jackson that Councillor Bill Hancock take over the chair of the licensing committee. Councillor Jackson, did you wish to speak?
Madam Mayor, I think it's been moved to the vote. I'm quite happy to move straight to the vote.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Beaumont. This is on a substantive motion,
Sorry,
just to be clear.
It's this mute thing.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Duffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazane's apologies. Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Goran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancocks.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacor.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon. Councillor Longdon. You're still muted. I'll come back to you. Oh,
Come back on its own. For.
Councillor Pandare.
Unfortunately.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
That's carried 17, 14 and 2 abstentions.
Carried by 17 votes to 14 with 2 abstentions. We will move on to agenda item 13. The annual OSP reports are shown on page 50 and the separate addendum. Can I invite Councillor Glass to introduce the internal OSP report? Councillor Glass.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have great pleasure in recommending to tonight's council the actual workload that we did for the internal planning last year. And I would like to thank fellow councillors, officers and the members of the public who made it a very interesting year. So I so move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the report?
I'll second that, Chair. It's Councillor Pomfret.
Okay. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Chair. One thing on there at the bottom of page 52 is the empty homes review. We have 12,000 empty homes in Coventry and Warwickshire. Obviously, we should really be doing something about them. And it just says under consideration by a portfolio holder, which really isn't making much progress. This is a long-standing issue. We've got a lot of people who are in temporary accommodation, etc. And we have in the borough about 1,600 homes, and in the county and Coventry combined 12,000 empty homes. So we really, really need to be pushing forward on the empty homes agenda. So I'm not sure if it's the scrutiny chair or the portfolio holder, but can we please move this forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A similar point actually to Councillor Kondakar's point. I make reference to the entry under the 23rd of January, planning portal for viewing planning applications, and it says under consideration by portfolio holder. When I moved another recommendation to try and get some progress from the portfolio holder, Labour councillors, including yourself, Chair, voted against that recommendation, despite voting for the same recommendation a few months beforehand. So would you agree that that's somewhat hypocritical? And the other point I want to make is, the whole point of these panels are to are to change council policies for the good of our residents by putting forward, positive recommendations. And when I read the outcomes of your report, all I'm reading is report be noted, content be noted, progress be noted, additional information be provided to the panel, content of report be noted, contents of the report be noted, additional information provided to the panel. What I don't actually quite understand what the internal OSP is actually achieving if we're just noting reports. We're spending over £10,000 a year on scrutiny in this council, but if we're just noting reports and Labour councillors are not willing to accept positive recommendations put forward to the internal OSP, what's the point?
Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Concourt often brings this up and he often gets the same answer each time, so I get the same answer again. As he knows, it takes a long time to work with owners of empty properties, and we do that. We work with owners of empty properties as much as we can by providing new green boilers so they're more energy efficient, double glazing, all sorts of different things, which he does know about, but again he brings it up in public. What Councillor Evans has just said is, yeah, the report does go to scrutiny so they can see how much work the empty owns officer does, and it's for noting. It's to note how much work we actually do with people who own homes but don't want to put anybody in them. We can't force people to put people in their homes, same as we can't force people to do a lot of things, but we do try and we do offer help. But these things don't happen overnight and they take a lot of time. So in 1 year you might see very little empty homes converted, and the following year, after a lot of work, you might see a lot more empty homes converted. That is all I have to say, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more speakers on this particular item.
You have a witness explanation.
Do I? Sorry, haven't spotted. Councillor Evans, you want to raise a point of personal explanation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to Councillor Watkins' point, I wasn't making any reference to the empty homes review, and I certainly haven't read that report, so I can't comment on that matter. My comments were not having a go at officers in any way. I absolutely believe in scrutiny, but if we don't scrutinise, what's the point?
Thank you. Right, can we move on to...
Madam Mayor, I have got my hand up to answer some questions.
Okay. Councillor Glass.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The way this has been, it hasn't really been acknowledged how much hard work has actually been done. These things are just not noted, and the minutes finished, then 5 minutes later, the meeting's finished. We talk about all different aspects about the policies and what's happening within the authority, what's happening in Bedworth with the old office buildings, what's happening in Nuneaton trying to deal with particular problems. So all this nonsense about hypocritical, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it is nonsense, because the portfolio holder is answered quite perfectly correct, and the whole point of being on these panels is to scrutinise councillor. We have minutes, and you know that it takes ages and ages and ages sometimes for us to go through those minutes in order to come to a collective point of reckoning, which will help all people from Bedworth and Nuneaton. And indeed, part of the work we do is within Coventry Warwickshire as well. So I'm not going to accept any arguments about that the panels are a waste of time. In my opinion, that they're not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. So I will take the two together when we... Sorry, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to add to something that Councillor Evans said here. He wasn't suggesting that officers don't do valuable work and that the reports that come to meetings are not considered properly. Rather, what he was suggesting is that the purpose of overview and scrutiny is to look at things in the round, to look at the council's procedures, and to look for ways to make things better. And that if every proposal to make things better is basically turned down and reports are simply noted, even if the minutes are properly conducted and meetings are properly conducted and then minuted, then we're failing in the task of overview and scrutiny. So I have a great deal of sympathy for what Councillor Evans says there. We go to meetings and nobody's saying that they're not diligently conducted, but the whole point here is that if we're to scrutinise the council's performance with a view to making things better, then we need to be able to put recommendations forward to make things better and to have them considered and not just denied and or accepted at another meeting because it wasn't the suggestion hasn't come from the right side of the chamber, perhaps. I have a great deal of sympathy for what Councillor Evans has said, and I think we do need to give some teeth to scrutiny here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glass, did you wish to come back?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yes, Councillor Brown, we sometimes take opposition points of view and actually carry out what they say. Sometimes we don't think their solutions for problems are correct. So as part of the democratic process, we vote against it. That's what this is all about. I'm all in favour of scrutiny. Everybody knows that. I've been a councillor for many, many years, and we should scrutinise properly without all this nonsense about this, that and the other. Let's go on and do the job. That's what people elected us to do.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I absolutely agree. Scrutiny is a really important part of the work of this council, and maybe it's something that we've perhaps not done so well all of the time. But the point that I will make is that scrutiny panels, like other committees, are made up of members of all parties. I think everybody knows my view. They shouldn't be political. In fact, there would be something wrong if they were. But if any member is a member of an overview and scrutiny panel and they're only noting things, then that's the decision of that panel. The scrutiny panel is there to consider things, and if they think there's something they want to make further known, then it's for them to make recommendations to the cabinet. And so, you know, the argument about only noting things, if that's the case, then that's the decision of that panel at that time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In a strange way, I'd agree with what Councillor Hancock has just said there. On this council, you know, we have overview and scrutiny, and you know, it's voted on in accordance with the way the panels are constituted, pretty much, which is to say that typically the controlling group tend to vote en bloc. I think the issue that the wider public has, and this crops up time and time again with the outside world, and why this council gets criticised, and we all get criticised for being part of it, is because I think, as Councillor Evans has rightly pointed out, there's a public expectation there that when you scrutinise something, if you realise that something needs to change or be improved, then it shouldn't wait for it to be adopted by the controlling group's policy. You know, if that panel says, actually, we're the people tasked to look at this, we've come up with this way of doing things, a better way, an improvement that we're suggesting, that shouldn't automatically be voted down. I think the public expectation is that those things will be picked up and run with, or you know, run with in a genuine way, because another speaker did make the point, well, hold on, and I think it was Councillor Glass, we have picked up opposition motions sometimes, we have picked up the view of what the Conservative group say, and we've gone with that. And we've got an example of that later on tonight with the Borough Plan Review, where, yes, you agreed to what we asked for and what the public wanted, just didn't do it the way the public wanted it doing. In other words, made no progress on it at all. So whichever way it's done, whether it's voted down or whether you agree to go with it but then make a point of making no progress, it's all defeating the reasonable expectations of the public. And I think you as a controlling group need to be more upfront maybe with the public and say, actually, this is how we feel a overview and scrutiny should be. It's not going to result in any immediate changes. It's just us going through due process. And that's hard to criticise if you're going through due process and doing it properly. And I've seen some of what Councillor Glass has done in the past, and it's been very diligent, I have to say. But it hasn't really moved things on. And I think, that perhaps perfectly explains the difference between the two groups. We're about getting stuff done. You're about going through a process. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really concerned at Councillor Troman's comments, which talks about the Conservative group and the Labour group. Overview and scrutiny is supposed to be non-political. We're not supposed to vote in accordance with our political affiliations. We are supposed to consider the merits or otherwise of conversations. And I'm very concerned that Councillor Troman seems to be saying the Conservative group proposes something. Well, I sincerely hope if that is the case, they are declaring that the whip has been applied to them, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glass.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can I make a point of personal explanation there? I did have my hand raised.
Sorry, I will allow it, but you should have put it onto the chat.
As I explained earlier, my chat box is greyed out for some reason.
I apologise. Councillor Troman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am not saying that the Conservatives as a group come to a collective view. Individuals on those overview and scrutiny panels, which include other independent members, a Green, whatever, can collectively come up with a view. It becomes obvious during the course of the standards meeting or whatever that there's some merit, or whichever overview and scrutiny panel it is, that there's some merit to an idea. The problem is, it does always appear that if it's not a Labour member proposing these things, that it always gets voted down en bloc by the Labour group. So I would turn that round onto the leader of the controlling group and say, let's examine the voting record and just see how many times the Labour group don't vote en bloc. Yeah. And I think we'll find that actually, if anyone should be, maybe considering whether they should declare whether there's whipping going on or whatever, then maybe they should look to their own side, because it's not happening on ours. But again, the very few times that what's been suggested by others has been, and that has been supported by not just Conservatives but others, does get picked up, like the Borough Plan Review. It seems that the controlling group, again, acts en masse to make sure that the will of the public is defeated by saying, yes, we'll do an immediate review, but don't...
Madam Mayor, I've got to interject. He's making another statement here. He's not getting on with just what his personal explanation was. He's just adding to his debate. I've really got to object to that. That's not on, and that's not what the procedure's for.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Glass. Yeah, just leave it alone. Councillor Glass. He's what's it? He's talking. I can't hear him.
Councillor Glass, you're muted.
Hello, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Councillor Glass.
Yeah. Okay, I don't recognise what Councillor Troman's saying. We have from the Greens and the Independents. We took good advice and we've put them into policy that helps everybody. So what Councillor Troman is saying, I don't recognise that, and I'm sure that the majority of councillors don't either. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more speakers. So I've only got half a screen at the minute. Something's gone wrong with this, with the system. Sorry.
Would you like me to read it?
No, I have it now. While has the Mayor just allowed Councillor Longden to raise a statement in this accordance? Councillor Evans, this isn't the first time it's happened. It's been happening all night with people shouting over me when I'm trying to speak. So, you know, let's not just pick on the fact that it's a Labour member who has done that, because I've been suffering from it for most of the meeting. Right, we're moving now on to, I have no more speakers. Hang on a minute, do I? No, I have no more speakers. We're moving on. Can I invite Councillor Tracy Shepherd to introduce the external OSP report? Councillor Tracy Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report has been discussed and agreed at the recent scrutiny meeting, and I move this report as printed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any speakers to this report? At this point, I am going to propose that we note these reports. Is there a seconder for that proposal?
I'll second that, Mayor.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Now, at this point in time, I don't have any speakers. Could I ask if there are no dissenters? I will simply move to noting the report. Okay, thank you. So,
Councillor Troman.
oh, sorry, Councillor Tromans. Councillor Troman.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can you just be clear? You're talking about agenda item...
I'm talking about agenda item 13, the 2 OSP reports, which is what we're discussing.
That's fine, thank you. Just for the record, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tromans, were you dissenting at that stage or not?
No, I just wanted to ask.
Okay.
Just clarify for the record.
Okay, thank you. So therefore,
it's just those 2 items we're talking about.
Yeah, it's just those 2 items we're talking about. So therefore, the reports are noted. Thank you. So we will move to agenda item 14, which are the recommendations from cabinets or other committees. 14A, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And the purpose of this report, agenda item 14A, is to seek full council, hopefully, full council approval to adopt the following SPDs: the Affordable Housing SPD, Air Quality SPD, concept plans, Planning for a Healthy Area, which we all want, Sustainable Design and Construction SPD. So it's recommended to council that the following, those 5 SPDs be accepted, be adopted, and subject to 2.1 above, as soon as reasonable practicable, council make available in accordance with Regulation 14 of the Town and Country Planning, the supplementary planning documents, and an adoption statement. And then 2.3, that subject to consultation with the Cabinet Member for Planning, Development and Health, make minor modifications to the plan prior to final publication. where these modifications correct typographical errors, amendments to numbering or cross-referencing, or as I said earlier, you know, if there is something that a resident or whatever is really concerned about, then they should get in touch with the planning department. Right, the SPDs, Madam Mayor, provide additional guidance to the policies in the borough plan. Additional guidance. Once adopted, the SPDs will be formal council guidance, providing more detailed information for developers, and they will assist officers and members when assessing planning applications. So they need to be out there. We have had an 8-week public consultation on these SPDs between October and December 2019, with 11 drop-in sessions across the borough, which I seem to remember, Madam Mayor, was more than what we needed to do, and I seem to remember that we went out of our way to do extra ones. As Councillor Brown said earlier, have I read the 744 responses that were received from 95 different stakeholders? No, I haven't read them all. The majority of the comments, Madam Mayor, that were received were in relation to the concept plans, SPDs. The purpose of the concept plans is to provide a vision, and that is it, a vision for the sites, and help ensure coordinated delivery with the necessary infrastructure provided in the most appropriate places, which would probably relate back to the question earlier about Judd Close. This will help prevent, it's aimed to prevent haphazard outcomes, particularly on those sites in multiple occupation ownership. Therefore, the SPDs were initially approved at the March Cabinet meeting, but following further minor amendments and comments from residents, were reconsidered and approved at the June Cabinet. Following the adoption of the borough plan, planning applications are being submitted or prepared. We need the SPDs adopting, therefore, they will ensure that there is clear guidance in place for the developers to work to, which in turn should deliver more sustainable and higher quality development in the borough. Now, before debate goes on, and for these reasons, I recommend the supplementary planning documents are adopted as council planning guidance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. You have to bear me with a minute because there's a problem. I've only got half a screen at the moment. Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to second Councillor Phillips' proposal and reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor. Oh, yes, I saw that. Councillor Condacor, you wish to make an amendment which you have written down, and I think I may have to ask you to reiterate what you're saying, because as I say, I only have half a screen, and I've got amend 2.1 to read the following SDP be adopted, planning for healthier, and that's as much as I've got.
Planning for a healthier area, hot food takeaways.
For a healthy area.
Hot food takeaways.
For hot food, healthier for hot food takeaways.
Chairman,
can we just hang on a minute while I make a note? Okay, right. I need a seconder for that amendment, please.
Check first. Yeah.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? Sorry, is there a seconder for the amendment? Yes, it was seconded. Right. We just hold fire one moment. I think that we're just trying to adjust my screen. Okay, I've got it back now. Thank you. Okay. Pardon? we're back working again. So we have a second amendment, an amendment from Councillor Kondaka in relation to the recommendations. So we will be speaking to the amendment.
On a point of order, Madam Mayor, could you clarify who seconded? I didn't catch that.
Now, I heard someone say seconded. I wasn't sure who it was, and Simone is asking the same question. So can you please tell me again who seconded Councillor Kondakor's amendment? I'm not getting any responses. Can I ask again, is there a seconder for Councillor Kondakor's amendment? I'm not hearing anyone that seconded it, so I'm sorry, Councillor Kondakor, your amendment will fall. So I will move to where we were discussing the proposal. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The SPDs have been delayed, unfortunately, by COVID striking the nation, and all things being equal, these documents would have been before us at the April Council. We are, as elected members, first and foremost elected as representatives of our wards, and we are there to champion the individual interests and benefits for the residents in the wards that we are elected for. So my primary consideration is for Whitestone as a Whitestone councillor. As it happens, the concept plan for HSG 9, I believe it is, which is Golf Drive, on balance provides more protection for the residents of Whitestone than the current underlying borough plan document with the HSG 9 proposals. So the SPD would sit underneath it. However, I am aware that for other councillors, that the individual SPD concept plans do not work out in their favour. And I think it would be unfair and irresponsible of this council to move that all the concept plan SPDs be moved and voted on block, because they are individual to the areas that are concerned. I would, for example, vote in favour of HSG 9. However, based on the information I have, from having spoken to other ward councillors, HSG 4 is not suitable concept plan for that individual area. So I would move, Madam Mayor, a procedural motion that the concept plan SPDs have individual votes on all the strategic sites to enable specific votes on the different areas, because I believe we have a responsibility to treat each individual area on its own merits rather than an en bloc. These are going to be substantial and significant planning documents that have to be considered for any individual planning application, and therefore they deserve to be voted on individually for all members to be able to give their thoughts on those ones. Because I will vote as a Whitestone councillor first, but my vote may put another area at a disadvantage. And to make it clear, Madam Mayor, there is no whip on the Conservative side on this, and there will be a free vote to enable everyone on the Conservative benches to vote with their consciences for their individual wards, because I believe that is the fairest and most democratic thing to do for everyone's individual areas that we represent. And I'll just put that in the group chat now for you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I was just about to ask you to do that, Councillor Wilson. Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Yes, I do have a seconder.
Seconded.
Yeah, I have a note that Councillor Walmsley, you are seconding Councillor Wilson and reserve your right to speak. Okay, so we will then move. Can Councillor Wilson clarify which procedural rule he is applying on this, on his amendment?
Well, I don't have the procedural rule to hand because I'm not a maestro of the Constitution. It's not my job to know it inside out and backwards. But we have enabled other items to be moved around the agenda and so on. So I'm just proposing that the motion be split down into its constituent parts rather than considered en bloc. I think that's the fairest thing to do. It's the Borough Solicitor's job to work out, in fairness and with all due respect, Madam Mayor, which part of the Constitution I'm referring to.
So basically, what your amendment is saying is that you want us to vote individually on each of the items on the agenda, rather than doing them en bloc, to which Councillor Walmsley has seconded. Right, yes. Well, that is your amendment. So we will now speak to the amendment. Please. Just a minute. Councillor Condacor, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do, because it's very much what I was trying to do, was actually try and break it down into individual votes, because there's clearly some parts of this supplementary planning document that is very worthwhile, and there's some parts that are clearly not worthwhile. I particularly want the hot food takeaways SPD to be approved, whereas lots of the other ones, like the air quality, isn't worth the paper it's written on. And the same applies to the SPDs for each of the concept plans. Some of them will benefit the residents, and some of them will be a total waste of the paper they're written on. I have the one for HSG1 here, in the camera, and it's a totally useless document. Whether we vote for it or not, all the developments have been approved apart from Top Farm. I would declare I'm actually next to one of the developments, the Bellway development, and it was approved with virtually no reference to this SPD. The Green Corridor never happened in this SPD. It's been shrunk down, and these SPDs should be really, really important documents. They should have been written starting from the ward members saying what things were important, not written from the planning policy officers writing in what the developers wanted. They totally failed to actually look after the local residents. And so the hard question is, do we vote for them even though they're rubbish, or do we vote against them, which may even weaken the position? So I really do support this procedural motion to split it into a vote on each of the proposals, and then we can have people speak for or against each of the concept plans. And I hope this includes a separate vote on air quality and the hot food takeaway. I was most disturbed not to actually be able to present my amendment verbally, but it is important we actually take this in parts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have you down. Do you wish to speak now, Councillor Walmsley? You reserve your right to speak, but you are the next person on my list.
I'm happy to mop up at the end, Madam Mayor, just to raise. I didn't want to come back. So.
Right, Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I think I am unclear as to exactly what has been moved under a procedural motion. Is it that we take all of the 5 SDPs separately? Is it that we break them down even further into each concept plan? I think procedurally, Madam Mayor, it is very unclear, and this is not, in my view, a transparent way to conduct business tonight. We have before us a report that is quite clear. The proposal from Councillor Wilson, with the greatest of respect, is not clear. So I cannot, in all conscience, vote on something that is so unclear. The only clarity I have is the report as printed at 14A of tonight's agenda. If Councillor Wilson wished to move something else, I think he needed to do so with full notice to us under the current procedural rules relating to remote meetings. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, the advice that I am being given, and I will choose to follow, is that should each individual item be taken separately, there would need to be an individual report on each of them. And our borough solicitor has looked through the Constitution and can find nothing within the Constitution that allows that to happen in relation to them being broken down. That is the advice that I've been given, that I will take. But I am quite happy, Councillor Wilson, you have asked for a point of personal explanation if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am disappointed by your ruling, but obviously that is your ruling and that is final. However, in response to Councillor Jackson's comments in how she addressed my point, I can think of no finer or transparent way in dealing with the planning application for the future of this council and having individual votes on each individual section of our borough which will be affected. Councillor Jackson puts great store in transparency. I do not see any transparency whatsoever in voting for a report at 2.1 which says concept plan SPDs when there are 12 housing strategic sites, to my knowledge about 10 employment sites, about 21 which aren't being voted on individually. That's not transparent. So that now puts members in a very difficult position where I will have to vote for it because of Whitestone being protected, but other members now can't. So I believe it was a transparent move, Madam Mayor, and that's my personal explanation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So as it has been, as I have said, it doesn't constitute an amendment. So we will move back to the previous proposal, and I have Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's really unfortunate that we're not able to vote on these individually. I'm in the unfortunate position in my ward of having two development areas, HSG 7 and HSG 8. On HSG 7, I could vote for this concept plan. On HSG 8, I absolutely can't. And there's a dilemma for me straight away. At Planning Committee 4 weeks ago, we had an application for HSG 8 in Bulkington, and it was deferred on the basis that the concept plan should carry significant weight when considering developments. And the development shouldn't be considered till the concept plan was in place. This concept plan should actually be an easy decision to support tonight because it will carry significant weight in Planning Committee, and it should support the key development principles passed by the inspector in the borough plan. And although Bulkington residents were overwhelmingly against the borough plan, in the case of HSG 7 and 8 development sites, key development principles and subsequent SPDs should offer a level of safeguard for residents. However, the concept plan does not wholly reflect these safeguards, and whilst it's a document we urgently need in place, it seems once again we've largely ignored residents' views from the consultation process. Importantly, the concept plan document tonight has been altered from the one presented to Cabinet. Alterations that once again will not support the residents of Bulkington, but will favour developers. In the diagram figure 6 on page 24 of HSG 8 that was presented to Cabinet, there's a clear green boundary shown to the rear of houses on Severn Road. In the same diagram in tonight's addendum, this green boundary has been reduced to a barely visible green line. This change may seem insignificant to some, but it's hugely significant to the residents of Severn Road. There's only one reason for this sleight of hand by the planning department, and that's so that the Taylor Wimpey development, deferred 4 weeks ago, will stand a better chance of approval when it comes back to committee. This view is supported in the report at page 55, 3.5, where it states, however, further minor amendments were required to provide additional guidance where necessary to bring SDPs in line with policy requirements, which is fair enough, and to reflect the latest pre-application and planning application proposals. So that means we're adjusting these concept plans to meet developers' requirements, which is wrong. I would challenge officers to explain to the residents of Severn Road why this visible change to the boundary treatment in HSG 8 has been made, if not to support developers and with a total disregard to the residents of Severn Road. Every member in this virtual chamber tonight was elected to support and represent their residents, not developers. Once again, this council is working against the residents to accommodate developers. It's not acceptable practice. Were the Conservative group in control, these practices would most definitely be stamped out. The members are here to set policy and ensure governance, neither of which are evident under the current administration. Whilst I'm keen to have this document in place, because of this problem with HSG 8, I can't support it in its current form, so I shall have to vote against it, even though I would support the concept plan for the other development in Bolton, which is HSG 7. So it's a real dilemma members face tonight, and I totally agree with Councillor Wilson's amendment, but it's not allowed, so there you go. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Now, before we move on any further, I have a proposal, an amendment from Councillor Kondaka that we adjourn the meeting. I have 5 actually from Councillor Kondaka. We adjourn the meeting so that officers can split up the approvals, and he goes on further to say we're at 3 hours, and then goes on further to say to talk about motions without notice. So as I say, we have a proposal that we adjourn the meeting. Councillor Condacor, I'm a bit puzzled by your proposal, by your amendment. Can you explain it, please?
Yes, Chair, we're allowed to vote to adjourn a meeting, and if the reason we can't take this as part is that the officers haven't prepared it to be taken as part, I think it's reasonable to adjourn the meeting. It's been 3 hours, and then the officers can present us each of the SPDs with a separate vote to support or not support each one.
Procedural motion.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? It is a procedural motion. Sorry, who was that?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Right.
And reserve my right to speak.
Well, it's a procedural motion, so let you go straight to the vote.
Right, we need to go straight to the vote on the amendment then.
Well, the procedural motion.
On the procedural motion. Sorry.
I'm not sure who's seconded the motion.
Councillor Wilson. We are going to the vote on the procedural motion to adjourn the meeting. Simone.
Okay. So if you could indicate for or against the procedural motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane, his apologies. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longden.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
That is vote.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's lost 16-17 against.
That is lost with 16 against and 17 for. So we will move back to the original proposal. Okay. I will move from the chair that we extend the meeting till the end of business. All those in, do I need to take a vote? Yeah. Is there a seconder, please?
Seconded.
Seconded.
Seconded. Okay. Is there any dissent? Do I need to go to a vote, or are you all happy to continue with the meeting? I'm not hearing anything, so the
Councillor Condacur has indicated, I think.
I've dissented on dragging this out.
Right, so you dissent, so therefore we need to have a vote on whether or not we allow the meeting to continue.
Again, if you could indicate for or against suspending standing order to complete the business of the meeting. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brinley Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazanes, apologies. Councillor Glass. Councillor Glass. I'll come back to you, Councillor Glass. Councillor Golby. Councillor Golby, you're muted. I'll move on. Councillor Graham.
For. Sorry.
Oh,
For.
okay, Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacur.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longden.
For.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor Shepherd. J. Shepherd.
For.
T. Shepherd. For. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
And Councillor Glass.
I can see he's saying for, but I'm not hearing him.
Okay, it's carried.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
almost unanimous.
Right, I will move back to the speakers that I had previously. Councillor Evans. This is on the proposal.
On the substantive motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Likewise, I'm really disappointed that I haven't been able to vote on these policies individually, because I would have voted a number of different ways, but it is what it is. The idea of the supplementary planning documents are to reflect what's being proposed and approved in terms of the borough plan. And in the case of HSG4, there's a number of discrepancies where the borough plan, or what's stated in the borough plan, does not match up to what is in the concept plans. For example, in the borough plan, it states very clearly that.
It's said by the others before.
Sorry, what? Hey. I'm going to start that again because Councillor Beaumont interrupted. For example, in the borough plan, it states very clearly that Buttercup Way and Jug Close will be used as secondary access points onto HSG4. But of the concept. So you voted for record. I don't agree with an access point on Buttercup Way because that would mean you'd have to go over a floodplain. However, there's loads of discrepancies within this, and that one is just an example. I am pleased that officers went away after cabinet to change the inaccuracies that I stated with regards to the public rights of way. However, I need to put on record the fact that I raised those points at cabinet to the cabinet members and they just voted it through, despite me actually highlighting those factual inaccuracies. Now, the officers didn't have to go away and change that, and it could have been as printed what you proposed, and developers could have gone from those. And equally, you could be encouraging potentially residents to trespass on land that they shouldn't be by including the plans that you did. So there's inaccuracies there. I'm absolutely not going to be putting my name next to a plan that includes Jug Close as an access point. I'm just not going to do that. In response to a question from one of my constituents where he asked he asked to the portfolio holder, did he believe that the access onto Jug Close is dangerous? He responded as saying yes. So why is the portfolio holder for planning actually allowed this plan to go through, which includes the access to Jug Close? Now, yes, the county council may have proposed a number of solutions. That's what you've asked them to do. It doesn't necessarily mean that the county council think it's a safe and viable option. That's the responsibility of you as the borough council. So you are putting my constituents' lives at risk by including Jug Close as an access point. And I've told you this time and time again. So when an accident happens, at least I can say I've put that on public record, but and in terms of the recommendation, I can't vote. To be honest, I don't think I'd vote for any of them really, based on the recommendation 2.3, where it says, subject to consultation with the cabinet member for planning and development, make minor modifications to the plan prioritizations and amendments willy-nilly if necessary. No, absolutely not. We should go out to public consultation again if amendments need to be made and changes need to be made. That's well, I won't use that word because I'll get into trouble, but yeah. Is before, like there's a discrepancy there, which I accept might just be a minor admin problem, but that's just really unprofessional. So I will not be voting for this under any circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before you call anybody else, can I ask you what's happened to the egg timer? Because I've been timing these, and they've been having over 5 minutes. He's just had over 5 minutes.
Well, I haven't heard the egg timer. We haven't heard the egg timer. We are clarifying with Kelly as to why it doesn't seem to be working. Currently, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there anyone else who is going to wish to speak on this item? If there are, can you please show your hands now? I now have 9 speakers, and sorry, I'm just going down. 9 speakers. So at the end of those 9 speakers, I plan to close this debate. Councillor Brown. Sorry, I've still got, Councillor Evans, I've still got your hand up. Have you finished? Okay. Right. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Evans, I cannot support the recommendation for an en bloc approval of all of these plans. The proposed developments at HSG 6 and EMP 7, together with the development that's in the plan to take place at Hawkesbury, all feed into the same small stretch of road at Coventry Road and School Lane. Now, we know that the School Lane area and the junction of School Lane and Coventry Road is already severely congested. And whilst each of these developments in isolation might have managed to somehow meet the criteria that's allowed to them to be included in the borough plan, without major infrastructure improvements, the combined effect of these 3 developments, which actually hasn't been modelled in the plans, is to overload this junction, to overload School Lane. And we've, in the case of HSG 6, the SPD has already been superseded because we've got a planning application in that's been approved, and so the SPD is actually superfluous. So why are we voting on it? In addition, we've got a situation where EMP 7, the employment land at Bowling Green Lane, we've got a large employment site, no road access that's acceptable other than along School Lane, only has a pavement on one side, and is supposedly designated a safer route to school. So if you remember, I mean, I can remember many years ago, we had a proposal for the development of an anaerobic digestion plant in Nuneaton. The roads, that we rejected that cross-party on the basis that the traffic and the roads were unsuitable to serve it. And yet the roads we deemed to be unsuitable for that development far exceeded the capacity than School Lane does now, yet we're going to burden that particular road with several developments on a road that's already overcrowded. So we've got a situation where School Lane, Bowling Green Lane, they're routes to school for Ash Green School and for Goodyear's End Primary School. We've got acknowledged congestion plans. We've got no real infrastructure improvements included in the borough plan. And I can't support that. We've already heard from Councillor Evans about the problems at the Bedworth Woodlands development, a site that should never have been considered for inclusion in the borough plan from the outset. After all, you know, I was a councillor across the chamber again that voted against development of this area, yet we've got badly flawed plans before us again tonight for consideration. You know, and we've got a situation where it's on a floodplain. The flooding feeds into the Croft Pool Delamere area, and we've all seen what's happened there in the past. So I fully understand here that some aspects of these plans tonight benefit some areas of the borough, and that consequently we're going to have some members representing wards that will benefit voting to accept these plans because it's in the interests of their residents to do so. But many of these developments, like EMP7, are absolutely not in the interests of residents, and they represent flawed housing numbers, flawed development numbers that are not achievable, shouldn't have been included in there, that seem to have been included only because we allowed Coventry overspill into our plan. And in the case of the Woodlands development, is a heinous U-turn by some at this council who voted to protect on this council if I accepted these plans. Now, because we can't vote for them in isolation, I will have to vote against the recommendation in this case. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Make an amendment at this stage, which I think will help colleagues who feel that they want to vote on individual applications that they don't feel are up to scratch. And the amendment that I'm about to produce comes from discussions previously with colleagues about which HSG and EMP sites are not, in their opinion, within their wards up to scratch and up to standards. And I would say to any other members, if there are any on there that they wish to add onto this list, then they could do so just because your particular HSG or EMP site is not on it. And Madam Mayor, to that effect, I move an amendment to section 2.1 and insert after the bullet point concept plan SPDs for strategic housing and employment sites, insert the words save those listed at 2.1a. 2.1a then to read the following SPDs not be approved: HSG1, HSG4, HSG5, HSG6, HSG8, HSG12, EMP6 and EMP7. A copy of that should hopefully, all being well with people's technical problems tonight, should hopefully now show up in your chats to make it easier. Madam Mayor, entirely up to you. Would you like me to make my sort of speech outlining further now, or would you like me to wait until there's a seconder? I'm happy to be guided by you on that one.
Just give me a minute to have a look at your amendment on the screen.
No problem, Madam Mayor.
Okay, right. Like, I now have your amendment, yes. Like, if you want to, that will then become an amendment. Is there a seconder for that amendment?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So, Councillor Walmsley, do you want then to speak to that amendment, please?
Yes, if I may, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Smith for seconding that amendment. As I hinted to at the point of moving the amendment, I think this is a good basis for a start point. There are clearly individual HSG and EMP sites which are not fit for purpose. We've already heard that by a number of colleagues so far in the speeches today, and this list comes, as I say, from conversations that I've had with colleagues throughout this process and prior to the meeting tonight. If this becomes a substantive, and if any other member has individual sites that they're not keen on, then at that point we can consider adding those, and I would be very happy as the mover of this amendment to extend that list of those SPDs not approved as friendly amendments. I think it's very important that councillors in their own wards are able to have greater say on those, and if we can't move to individual votes for individual SPDs, then I think this is the next best way in which we can do it. There are a number which we think need absolute working up. HSG1, which covers my ward, for example, is just not up to scratch. We've already heard from colleagues across the piece where we have applications going in and being approved which aren't even in accordance with the SPDs. We can't guarantee that they're even going to be they're even going to be drawn to when these are even approved, and for many areas they don't provide the protection needed. The local plan maps a red line, but it does not state what should be within that red line, the number of houses, the types of houses, the location of the houses within the sites. I'm particularly concerned, for example, to see in HSG1 that we want to have This is along HSG 1 would back onto existing housing. And I don't think it's right that we stick a 3-story property just up behind somebody's house. I think many will accept that if these are going to be developments, for example, that we should try and be in keeping in the area. The areas in which back onto are not generally 3-story homes. I take that as just one isolated point from one example of an HSG. And I know that a number of colleagues have a great amount to say on their individual HSGs, and this amendment will give them the chance to speak to that and to say to that, and hopefully we can have some common sense here. Get this particular amendment through. We can. I'm very happy to set friendly amendments to add further SPDs if there are ones that I've inadvertently missed. But as I say, I've done my best to cover all those that I've spoken with colleagues on prior to, and also from the speeches this evening. And I thoroughly hope that colleagues and members from all sides will support those, and will support the individual local members who are the members for those wards affected by these individual HSGs and EMPs, so that actually their residents can be heard directly.
I think the 3 minutes went a few seconds ago.
Well, I've not been instructed, and I won't be interrupted by Councillor Pomfret. Thank you very much, even though I was quite clearly winding up.
Could you just excuse me one moment, Councillor Walmsley? We're not hearing the buzzer going off. Could someone please start looking at the timing of each speaker? Okay, so we haven't yet reached 5 minutes, Councillor Walmsley, and I will be alerted when the buzzer goes off, and we'll ask you to stop speaking.
Thank you very much.
I can't hear it at the moment. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and very happy to be guided by you and those officially in charge, given that normally no notice is taken when opposition members' time and speeches go on to 10 minutes in the past, but there we go. So as I say, the amendment is very much there. It is on the chat as well for those that want to see it in writing. It is very clear, very simple to insert a couple of words, save those listed as 2.1a, and 2.1a to be a list of SPDs, both HSGs and EMPs, to be excluded and not to be not approved. And I think that is the best way that that we can deal with that, given that we have been blocked tonight from referring each HSG and EMP one by one, and hopefully this actually will be a quicker way to do it rather than the roll call vote on every one. We can have a list of those that we approve and those that we disapprove, and I think that's very clear. Thank you.
Well timed, Councillor Walmsley. Okay.
Madam Mayor, it's Barry Longden. I'm sorry about this, but this just getting on my nose now. I'm trying to remember all these things. But can I have a legal ruling, please? Because if this gets approved, I do believe that the members of the planning application Tories are trying to put through, they've all said, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Walmsley, Councillor Brown, Councillor Evans, they're all making pitches for their own patch, whereas this is a council policy that applies across everything. So as it goes, it's general, not detailed as they are trying to do. Can I have a ruling, please?
I'm going to speak about those items, but when those items eventually, if they do
I'd like you to do so again so we can get back to the main proposal, which is en bloc as recommended by Cabinet. Thank you.
the amendment, Councillor Beaumont, the amendment that has been made by Councillor Walmsley is not the same as the amendment made by Councillor Wilson, in that the amendment made by Councillor Wilson did not contain all of the items that Councillor Walmsley has mentioned. So I cannot accept that the amendment is the same as the one that Councillor Wilson moved. So my next speaker is Councillor Phillips on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It is a choice of this full council to either accept en bloc or move to the amendment. I think the amendment has value in the fact that there are areas of this borough that are unhappy with the concept plans. On the other hand, that is the risk that also this council tonight will have to make on whether or not, as Councillor Smith said, HSG 7's okay, HSG 8 is not okay, and also the fact that we have been at the consultation and there have been minor changes, and yes, I read these and they go to Cabinet. What the council, and I actually think, believe it or not, for a Labour councillor, this ought to be a free vote tonight. You know, it is a free vote. We have the opportunity either to accept the recommendations as put in front of you, or not accept the recommendations, accept the amendment, and we do run risk with planning applications. You know, we have councillors as a Labour Party, we have councillors in Bedworth, and you know, going on to the forward motion or whatever that's going to come next. I don't mind. I think, you know, maybe the amendment, if it goes before local planning committee, which is involved with the borough plan, it has everything in front of it. It worked well the other night. If councillors wish to support the amendment, it will cause a lot of work. It will weaken planning applications until the concept plans are sorted out. But against that, there is the opportunity to look at every concept plan again. I don't plan, and I would not recommend keep going out to recommend to consultations. We have done that. But if councillors feel they would like to put it in front, each concept plan, and it's going to be a lot of work, each concept plan in front of the planning committee, the local plan committee, then I am happy with that, Chair. So let's get to the vote.
Sorry, I've just muted.
Time now, I think, Madam Mayor, and the regulations say we have to stop the meeting until it's restored, but we've just been informed that the audio is now fully working.
Right, sorry, the reason for that break was because we had been informed that the audio on Teams had broken down, but and I was being asked to adjourn the meeting, but we've now been told that it's up and working again, so we can continue. Councillor Longden on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was muted, it didn't come off quick enough. I think this issue, quite frankly, and the amendment is still out of order. It's just another delaying tactic. We're being accused of delaying it. And all that's happening here is a attempt to delay and frustrate the borough plan any further. And every time one of these comes up, then it's going to be something else. And then it's going to be something else. We've already been through a delay on one application because of concept plan. And that'll be coming back to the planning committee shortly, I understand. So the whole issue for me is quite ridiculous in the way that it's being handled by the members opposite. Well, I can't say that, can I? I've got one of my members up on the screen. But certainly from the Conservative point of view, it's very silly to do this because we have to have a plan that applies to the borough plan. All these SPDs will apply equally to all the borough plan, and each one will be treated in turn and on merit when and if it comes forward. Maybe it won't even come forward. So now we're just trying to predetermine the outcome of any applications that are going to be put before the Planning Applications Committee. And I'm not in that game, to be honest with you. I want something that's fair for everybody across it and not just individual areas, which, quite frankly, have had a lot to say and have been listened to for years. And it's going on and on and on. And at this point in time, you're making yourselves look rather silly because all you're trying to do is be very parochial, which is fair enough as a councillor, but it's not fair to everybody else across this world. So we suggest that we certainly start to look at ourselves very, very seriously, because this is not doing anybody any good, because those SPDs that have been mentioned so far will come with planning applications, and it's just impossible to actually try and do what is being suggested. And the amendment, as far as I'm concerned, is totally out of order, and it certainly won't be getting my support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Jackson, I have a point of order that you have raised, asking if this amendment is substantially the same as the previous one. I had previously, I had previously said earlier that there was a difference in this amendment to the previous one. So the discussion will continue, and I have you down as a speaker. Do you wish to speak now? Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, the technology is sometimes a little slow. I do apologise. Many comments have been made about highways matters, particularly in relation to the School Lane, Bayton Road Junction. I would have thought that Warwickshire County Council and Councillor Pandur would be best placed to make representation in that matter. This Borough Council has to take due cognizance of Warwickshire County Council's highways advice. In regard to Bowling Green Lane and its highways circumstances, I would suggest that the endeavours of County Councillor Peter Gilbert be sought in that regard, because again, highways matters are a matter for the County Council. The consultation on these STPs actually occurred well in advance, and I'm really pleased of that, well in advance of this dreadful pandemic hitting. I have to say, if any councillor feels there has been, quote, sleight of hand in the planning department, unquote, then they need to make a formal complaint to the council in that regard, rather than raise it here this evening. And they need to do so as a matter of urgency. I listened carefully to the Prime Minister speaking about build, 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 his new three-word phase. And my question to members of the opposition is, you don't want to build anywhere, it seems to me, so come clean with the residents of this borough and tell them exactly where you propose we build, where you propose we put housing, where you propose we put employment, because all I ever seem to hear, and apologies if I've missed the odd little bit you would agree with, is we don't want it here, we don't want it there, and we don't want it elsewhere. So come clean with us. I have to say, Councillor Evans, I think, would have to agree with me. He referred to Cabinet making decisions. I did actually say when we agreed those proposals that the points you made at the Cabinet meeting should be investigated. I'm sure the tape of that particular meeting will say so, and if I'm wrong, apologies in advance, but I do believe that I took them on board. Madam Mayor, I would conclude by saying we do work with partners at Warwickshire County Council, getting their advice in regard to highways as is appropriate, and I think is disingenuous of people to suggest that we are the people responsible for all highways advice. We are not. That would be Conservative controlled Warwickshire County Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Point of personal explanation, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I did write it in the chat. Apologies if that's not come through. I raised at the time. It actually relates back to a comment made by Councillor Longdon, where he referred to where he believed my amendment be out of order. For the sake of clarity and for the record, I think it's very important to state that obviously you took the legal advice, and the amendment is quite clearly within scope, quite clearly within order, quite clearly legal, and we should have less scaremongering and, frankly, usual tosh from Councillor Longdon. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I really don't think there was any need for you to make that speech, Councillor Walmsley, but never mind. Anyway,
Well, if you want statements out of order, I think it's very important to come back and make clear that it's in order, Madam Mayor. It's very important.
Councillor Walmsley, I'd appreciate it if you would not, please, speak over me. I am moving to the next person and I am asking Councillor Wilson, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do wish to speak to the amendment and I support it wholeheartedly because there are elements which do not work for every single councillor or every single area, and it should not be the tyranny of the majority forcing onto certain areas developments which are clearly and patently unsuitable. And to respond directly to some elements which were raised by Councillor Jackson in her speech, about where we would develop. Well, there are quite clearly certain areas we would never have developed because we would never have signed up to taking Coventry's overspill. It is the Labour Party who should come clean as to why they signed up in secret agreements to taking on board Coventry's overspill. It is the Labour Party who should explain why they were not even in the room for half of the meetings that decided that Nuneaton and Bedworth should take over 4,000 additional houses. It is Labour who should come clean as to why they believe that it is acceptable for areas like Whitestone and Bulkington and others like Hawkesbury, which have had to come forward because of Labour's ineptitude in dealing with its own borough plan. It is not this side of the chamber, the opposition side of the chamber, which needs to come clean. It is firmly and squarely in the pockets of Labour to come clean because they have given in to their friends in Coventry overtaking this. Evidence which is dubious at best and is now proving in the current COVID crisis to be woefully lacking that there will be such expansion in Coventry, and having taken on and built and developed so many student accommodations which look unlikely to be filled now. And it is now Labour who are selling us down the road to Coventry with mergers as they sold us down the road to Labour Coventry over the borough plan. It's not this side of the chamber which should apologise, Madam Mayor. The apology firmly and squarely should be delivered by Councillor Jackson and the Labour colleagues that supported and drafted this terrible mess, which ends up with the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth suffering, not them, the residents.
Councillor Lloyd, on the amendment.
Oh, couldn't have brought me in a better time. You know, part of me agrees with I've seen him look up then. Part of me agrees with you, Councillor Wilson. And the part I agree with is, you know, part of it isn't your fault. Part of it isn't our fault neither. But the little bit that you're missing, you're talking about Black Horse Road and that area in Hawkesbury. That wasn't put into the borough plan by this authority. That was put into the borough plan because your local county councillor didn't didn't stand up for his residents. I was going to say something else. Didn't stand up for his residents in that area. He didn't persuade the county council not to tell the inspector that the roads could take the development.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
It's
and
not. All I can say, Councillor, is all the highway issues that have been mentioned today are not at the doorstep of this local council. They are at the county council. They're the people that say the highways in Bowling Green Lane can take it if they're extended. The highways in School Lane can take it if they're extended. The highways in Black Horse Road can take it if they're extended. Are you getting the theme? And guess what? Warwickshire County Council is your lot, Conservative controlled. So don't lay all the blame at the local council and this Labour group. A lot of the blame is at your door and your county council's door. You know, I've seen all the smirks and all the innuendo that's been flying about, you know, that it's our fault. It's not. At the end of the day, your government decide the housing figures. Your government are now saying build, build, build. Where are you going to build them all? Because you're going to put more in. I'll guarantee it. Because he's saying build, build, build. That's your leader. The leader at the county council, their highways authority, are saying build, build, build. They've got to be, because they're opening all the highways up to take all this extra traffic. You've heard me agree on a number of occasions there is traffic issues on these highways. The problem is the county council, the highways authority. If we throw applications out because of highways, then we get stung, not the county council. The burden doesn't go to Warwick. The burden comes on the people of Nuneaton and Bedworth.
So Lloyd,
So don't tell me that it's all our fault.
Amendment, please.
I am talking on the amendment, Madam Mayor.
The amendment is in relation to the areas in which the proposal was made that they wanted to be looked at.
Totally agree, Madam Mayor, and I was just talking on the amendment in the way that Councillor Wilson did. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Point of personal explanation.
Can we just hang on a minute, please? My chat has just gone down again. There was a point of personal. I have several points of personal. Hang on a minute. Just give me a minute, please. I'm trying to read several things before when you're trying to speak. I have not surrender are seeing the explanation to raise, because that's what I've got on my chat.
And Councillor Jackson have made reference to. First of all, Councillor Lloyd, we don't decide the housing figures, and if you don't like the housing figures, you can vote for an immediate review later tonight where we can review the figures. But I want to make the point about Warwickshire highways that Councillor Lloyd and Councillor Jackson have referred to.
Evans, I know I have allowed other speakers to go on, but I really do want people to speak to the amendment.
Yeah. And if you give me 20 seconds,
we've been here quite long enough, and I am not going to continue having a debate saying the same thing over and over and over again. We are going round in circles, and I am not going to allow that to continue.
I've made it. I'm trying to make a point of personal explanation. If you just let me finish, then you'll know why I'm saying it. So you just wasted 30 seconds for no reason.
Councillor. Councillor Evans, you are coming very, very close to me not allowing you to continue to speak. Finish what you've got to say, and please do not keep making the sort of comments that you have just made. I will not allow them. Now, could you finish what you want to say, please?
I will finish what I want to say in a formal complaint to the council about you.
Please do. I welcome it. I don't have any more speakers on the amendment.
I'm afraid, yeah, my hand's been up for quite some time.
My hand's been up, and I've also, I wish to speak on the amendment.
Sorry, I accept what you're saying, Claire, but I had your name down as speaking to the proposal, not to the amendment.
We're speaking on the amendment that Councillor Walmsley has proposed.
But I'd only got you down with your hand up for the proposal because your hand doesn't go up twice on the same one. So I assumed that you were speaking to the proposal, which was when you first put your hand up. So carry on, Councillor Golby.
Thank you. Yeah, I did want to speak to the amendment because I do believe that it is right that we get the opportunity to discuss at least the concept plans individually because of the issues that councillors have raised across the board with problems in their own areas, whereas you can support one in one area but not one in another. It is wholly unfair. I'd like to thank Councillor Lloyd for his diatribe because if nothing else, he's just proved that a Warwickshire unitary is the best way to go with this council. If everything's Warwickshire's fault, we may as well just hand the reins over to them right now. So I understand.
Councillor Golby.
I'm speaking to the amendment.
Speak to the amendment.
I am. Well, it's funny how you've got a hair trigger when it comes to me, but nobody else. So anyway, it's not that we don't oppose building. We don't. It's not that we don't oppose building. We just want to do it right. We've said this time and time and time again. It's going to be something that is with this borough for time beyond all of our lifetimes, and we have to make sure that it is done in the proper manner and it's done correct and it's done sympathetically to what the residents actually want and also need. It's not just about wants, it's about needs as well. I've got the concept plan in my area, and I'm grateful that it came back because there is a link road in there that I argued for and I want that. However, I can't in good conscience support something that could possibly affect detrimentally other parts of the borough to a great extent detrimentally. So I am torn, like all the other councillors on here that have got conflicting issues. And so again, just to reiterate, it's not that we don't oppose, it's not that we oppose building, we just want to do it right. And if you can't do it right now, you're never going to get it right. You know, it's like the old adage, you measure twice and cut once. That is it. Once we've done the cut, you are not going back. The reason why we are so enthused by this and so aggrieved by it in some cases is because most of the building is in our areas and not in Labour controlled areas. And we know from historic meeting minutes where an ex-Labour councillor said that the decisions where the planning where the plans for the housing was going to go was based on political boundaries, not best served need. So we know that. So we can see that across the board. We can see that in where the majority of the housing is going to go. And why aren't you building employment land? Why haven't you built employment areas in areas of high unemployment? That's a good question, because you've built unemployment, you've put employment land into the borough planning areas that have employment. However, people who are unemployed will have to travel across the borough to get there. Who thought of that? And that was a political decision. That was not a decision based on reason or fact or anything like that. It's not fair to say that it's a risk, because this is within our gift to do now. This isn't a risk to anybody else. This is a risk to our residents if we don't do it right. That is the big risk, because we have to make sure we do this right. And I think it's, again, going back to what is being proposed, we can't keep blaming everybody else, because all you're doing is making yourself look useless. And if you keep blaming other people, it's Highways' fault, it's Warwickshire County Council's fault. It isn't. Take responsibility. We fed back the information that our residents don't like some of the things in this plan. What have you done as the leaders of the authority? What have you done in negotiations with the Highways officers, with planning? We don't get the opportunity to do that. You do, because this is your leadership. This is on your watch. So please stop trying to blame us. We are here because we are elected to stand up for our residents. It's not parochial to defend the views of people who we are actually elected by. That is not parochial. That is what I am elected to do. Just because some people in your group get pushed in on the same seat.
Councillor Golby, I have shown immense patience.
No, you have not.
I have.
No, you have
Golby,
not.
please do not
Send
speak
me to
over
standards,
myself.
but no, you have not. You have not cut other people off. You have consistently cut me off. You have not cut other people off. I have not had chance to air my views on this, and I'm sorry, but I will, because it's unfair. This is a This is a major issue. Stop muting me. It's a major issue in our borough, and we have to have the fact that you will not allow me to speak about it is comical. It really is comical. I've not heard the buzzer. My time is still going. It is entirely wrong. Residents, stop blaming it yourself. Look, you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely disgusted in the way this is being managed. It's been an absolute farce.
Someone moved, haven't they?
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Councillor Lloyd? Because then nobody else can speak.
Councillor Walmsley, do you have a point of order?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to raise a point of order in section 5A6A. 5A6A and B of the Constitution, which actually relates to your position, Madam Mayor. It states, must not use or attempt to use your position as a member improperly to confer on or secure yourself an advantage or any other position, an advantage or disadvantage. And B states that ensure that such resources are not used improperly for political purposes. Madam Mayor, I would therefore suggest that actually the use of the overriding function as the moderator of this event and the systematic and political use of the mute button over Councillor Golby is actually in contravention of this section of the Constitution, because it is inferring specifically because of Councillor Golby and her politics when speaking to an amendment being cut off whilst not having the same regard for members of your own party, which is unconstitutional. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I gave warnings to some of your members about sticking to the amendment just the same as I did to my own.
You gave to one of yours, Madam Mayor. You've attempted to give to every one of ours.
I have no more. I have two more. One more speaker on the amendment, Councillor Tromans.
Madam Mayor,
what about me?
40 minutes I've been waiting patiently, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
As have I.
I have already explained to you that I do have a problem with my chat. I did not see your point of order where you raised wanting to speak. So it will be Councillor Tromans and then Councillor Kondaka. I can't help
and then me
down.
How about me? I raised my hand around the same time as Councillor Kondaka.
No, I didn't see you raise your hand on that, except again, it is
like living in Soviet Russia.
Can I just speak, please?
You're the chair.
You raised your hand, Councillor, as a speaker on the proposal. You cannot, if you raise your hand twice, it only appears once. So I don't know if you want to speak on the amendment as well. And I haven't seen a point of order written on the I know it's one, but I haven't seen it. So, okay, I will add Councillor Grant as well. So we now have Councillor Tromans,
Thanks,
Councillor Darkle and Councillor Grant, and I am taking no further speakers than those three on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, that's a fair point you raise about the hands thing. You know, if we have amendments, how do we differentiate whether the hand is up for the original thing or whether the hand stayed up because you want to now speak on the amendment? So maybe that's one for officers to take away, because it's as confusing for us as everyone else, particularly as not everyone's chat is working. I think yours isn't and mine isn't, and a couple of the other members have got their chat grayed out. So maybe if officers took that away for the next meeting, that would be helpful to all of us. I think any informed resident watching this at home, speaking just to the amendment here, would maybe think that we're having to put forward amendments like this just through, you know, lack of knowledge on behalf of the controlling group, and that perhaps, you know, be they portfolio holders or leaders or whoever was speaking earlier, just simply didn't understand and put it all together as a job lot to be helpful and convenient. You know, and they must wonder about the level of understanding for planning when we hear things like, you know, that deny that Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council are the planning authority, because Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council are the planning authority, not Warwickshire County Council, not highways, none of these other things. The amendments that we're talking about, the individual SPDs and all the rest of it, it's quite clear in all of this and the borough plan that it's the borough council that are the planning authority. And so you have to wonder whether people should be in their role if they persist in saying that it's not down to them or planning, that it's not down to the borough to make the planning decisions. I think, though, knowing the individuals concerned, that they well understand that Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council are the planning authority. And actually, it's not done for convenience other than the convenience of developers and for their own convenience. It's certainly not done for the convenience of residents, that this has all been lumped in together, which has made it necessary for us to put forward this amendment to try and rescue something out of what's happening tonight. Now, I'm a little concerned to hear Councillor Phillips and others seeming to suggest that, oh yes, you know, okay, well, maybe we do have to review these policies, but we'll do it as part of the borough plan review group and use it as an excuse to delay matters still further. There's no reason for that to happen. If this amendment goes through, the borough plan review has already been delayed massively for political reasons by the controlling group, and there's no reason that, however this vote goes tonight, they should be delayed any further, because there's a whole load of work that should have been done already, that's overdue and should be being done in the background as quickly as possible. I mean, you know, I'll reserve comments for some of the other comments I was going to make for if this doesn't go through and we're going back to the substantive motion. But again, I think this just perfectly illustrates, you know, that the difference between the two main groups here and the controlling group's utter contempt for residents' views. It's all an exercise in, yeah, we went to consultation, but we're not really bothered what people came back with. We didn't really change anything other than afterwards we changed some things with a bit of sleight of hand to suit the developer to reduce the green margin and things like that. I mean, Councillor Colby made the perfect point at the start of all this. The beginning of the borough plan was unfair. It came out of little more than an attempt to gerrymander HSG. And that's the reason that we're in the situation that we are tonight. I mean, you know, the leader asked, you know, where is it that you would be happy to build? Well, I'll tell you, it's the same place residents would be happy for stuff to be built, where you've put the new schools and the new roads and the new GP surgeries and all the other new amenities. Oh, wait, you haven't done any of that. You're just trying to throw a whole load of houses in to inappropriate areas without delivering any infrastructure, either first or simultaneously. You didn't take the borough plan to an inspector early on because, like I say, HSG looked like little more to most people than an exercise in gerrymandering. So it's been a bad borough plan to start to finish. And it's been, you know, contempt has been shown to residents. by the controlling group, and this just seems to be further evidence of it. That's why we need the amendment and should be supported.
Thank you. I'm sure, I don't know if many of you heard, the buzzer is now working. I have been asked to rescribe the SDPs not to be approved, and they were HSG 1, HSG 4, 5, 6, 8, 12, EMP 6 and EMP 7. I'll now go back to the speakers I had. Councillor Condacor, I have Councillor Condacor and Councillor Graham. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much. I'll speak to the amendment. I think the amendment is a useful way of parking some of the SPDs that still have problems, whilst allowing some of the other ones to go ahead. I'm quite keen on the hot food one to go ahead, which is not in the amendment. HSG1 is almost entirely approved now as either outline or detailed planning permission, and the HSG1 concept plans do not take any account of what has been approved, and also doesn't take into account of the extra sites approved in its periphery. So whilst the borough plan was being developed, other sites right next to HSG1, like the Red Row and A5 Aquatics, have been approved, and various things have changed. And these concept plans have totally ignored all the things that have gone on over the last 4 or 5 years. And the HSG1 concept plan does need a review. We have a school on here, a primary school, that might not be needed. We have talk of a doctor's surgery, which might be 5 or 10 years away. Councillor Lloyd earlier on couldn't tell us when the sports centre would be built, which means we might never have a doctor's surgery in Wellington. There's an awful lot of things that need sorting out. Also in these concept plans, there's talk about things like flooding. And the picture behind me is of the Bellway Phase 1 site and the Bellway Lake that comes and goes every winter. And if it was daylight, we could see, obviously, that site, but not the lake at the moment. And the concept plan doesn't accept the amount of floodwater there is down on the area off the Longshoot. We also have these green corridors, which are really important to the concept plans, and they're not being enforced. We had a planning meeting last week where the 30-metre green corridor became 5 metres wide. These concept plans need some words adding to them so that if there's going to be a wildlife buffer down the hedge line, it needs to say of 20 metres or of 30 metres, so it's enforceable. As soon as it says not to scale, our planning policy people do not enforce anything. We are a very, very weak council in terms of enforcing these concept plans, so they need to be right, and they need to have details in them that say exactly what the residents want. The consultations have been a farce because residents' comments haven't changed these plans. They haven't put in the things we need. They haven't sorted out the details of schools and routes and things. And I say we've got a massive issue over GP surgery. We've got a serious issue over the floodwater on this heavy clay. And really, they're totally useless because the planning officers and planning policy let the developers take another inch and another inch. As we've heard about some of the other ones, they seem to have been written by the developers and for the developers. And although having a concept plan helps, these are actually so weak. And we will come back later to talk about numbers, but numbers are really important. And we've already improved so much in Wellington, St Nicholas. We should actually have time to revise the plan, which realistically only now affects the top farm site, to actually make sure that includes all the things we need if it gets developed. At the moment, it is out of date, ignores all the issues, and it really doesn't have those big ticket items that haven't been developed in any of the other planning applications. It's just a total dog's dinner, and I quite like when Neil actually mentioned we could go with this amendment, because I think actually that would get some things moving forward, and these that need reworking, actually a chance to rework them. It won't stop development not having these concept plans all approved. Approving half of them and holding half of them back will actually have a better outcome. Thank you, Chair.
My final speaker on the amendment is Councillor Graham.
Thank you very much. Addressing Councillor Lloyd's remarks earlier, if you feel so strongly about problems with the borough plan, I hope that you'll vote to review the borough plan tonight. Also, just because you won't be led away in handcuffs for building 15,000 houses where residents don't want them doesn't mean you should. Myself, Councillor Pandare, Councillor Gilbert, and many of our borough council colleagues submitted pages of evidence at every stage of the borough plan review. What did you do to remove these sites from the borough plan? You feel strongly and sympathise with us until voting time, then you betray us. The portfolio holder recommending the SPD for HSG4 is in contradiction to his comments on Judd Close being an unsuitable access point. He agreed with myself and Councillor Evans just last year. It's a narrow cul-de-sac, for those that don't know, flanked by bungalows and residents who are not used to living on a potentially busy through road. We don't know if the Buttercup Way access point has even been dropped or not, and that's something we should know in a SPD for the site. We know that a bridge would be necessary, costing perhaps up to £1 million, but why are there no designs for this? Surely this should be part of the SPD for HSG4. Letting this go through would be a haphazard outcome, as has been mentioned earlier tonight. Also, local infrastructure and amenities are reliant on developer funding. The SPD noting that the landowners would have to agree to pay for it, and there's no evidence that this will happen. If HSG5 is built and HSG4 is potentially not fulfilled, as is possible since the landowners can't seem to agree on it, then that will put strain on local amenities in the Heath area, since local amenities are planned for HSG4. The plan for Bedworth hinges on the SPD for HSG4 being fulfillable, which doesn't look likely. Part of HSG5 is in an area at high risk of surface water flooding, but no protections are in the SPD for HSG5. This should be included as standard as it is in other sites. Again, the reason why we wanted these mentioned separately is because some of these sites are better put together than others. There's no consistency with these SPDs. Some of them are acceptable, some of them are far from acceptable. The density of 40 per hectare on HSG5 also strains the existing infrastructure, exacerbated by proximity to the proposed EMP7 site and the real possibility of HSG4 being unfulfillable. And HST6, let's not even get started on that. It's not even worth the paper it's printed on, because we've already voted on it, planning committee. I didn't vote for it, but the planning committee did, and it was granted at planning. So it's been countermanded by what was put forward in the planning application. I don't think there's even any point on voting for it, but we should vote against the whole thing anyway, because if we're considering sites that have already got planning permission and their SPDs, then it just shows how long this delay has gone on for. Also, going back to HSG4, we've got the high pressure gas pipeline and flood zones 2 and 3 constricting development, as well as the presence of a nook restricting development, and a sustainable drainage system scheme could limit this even further, as does the ridge and furrow, which should be maintained. So while assurances are given that these will be protected and mitigated, doing so reduces the housing the site can deliver, further making HSG4 a pointless allocation. So with so many natural and man-made obstacles, building houses on the woodlands is like playing a game of battleships, but with my residents' quality of life at risk. The SPD does not do enough to protect my residents, especially the more vulnerable and retired residents who live closest to the sites. So that's why I'll be voting for the amendment to make sure that it's not even in contention tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have 2 items popped up on chat. Councillor Golby, you're asking for legal advice. Do you want to talk about that now?
Yes, please. It's to do with what Councillor Walmsley brought up from the Constitution. I would like to know who it is that is actually controlling the mute button. I'd like that to be made explicitly clear.
The advice I have been given that at this stage you really need to address the protocol that was sent out to members, because it does state in there that members can be muted. What I would do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to know who is doing the muting. I know we can be muted. Obviously, we've tested that to destruction today. However, I want to know who is actually doing it.
I'm not prepared to give you that information at this stage in the meeting.
Thanks.
Because Councillor
Thank you. I'll do a complaint about everybody then.
Could you let me finish, please? I am not prepared to give you that information at the moment because I'm not sure myself. I will ask the question and tell you the answer when I have it, but I am not prepared to do it at this particular time.
Could you clarify why you are not prepared to do it at this particular time?
I said I will give you the information when I have it. That is not now.
Can I just lay out the fact that since though we're all subject to an unknown trigger finger, it might be nice for us to know who that is.
Councillor Golby, I am not going to allow you to continue to interrupt me constantly when I am speaking. I put up with enough of that tonight, and I'm
so have I. So have I, Councillor Tandy, which is exactly the reason for my question.
Please be quiet.
Send me to standards again.
This meeting is adjourned. Behaviour from members. It will be adjourned for at least 5 minutes. Right, I am starting the next we are now going to move to the vote on the amendment. The amendment, pardon? Sorry. I'm now going to vote on the amendment. The amendment that was moved by, I believe, Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Walmsley, I believe. In that we have, sorry, it's quite a long way up the chat. I have to, here we are, sorry. Insert the word save those listed at 2.1a after concept plan SPDs for the strategic housing and employment sites. 2.1a, the following SPDs not be approved. That is the amendment that we are now voting on. Simone, can you do that? And they have requested a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. So if you could indicate for or against the amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont. Councillor Beaumont.
Yes, this is. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, because I'm against.
Councillor Brindley-Edwards.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby. Councillor Golby.
Yeah, I've just said for, unless I'm being muted again.
I think. Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's lost 17-16.
That was lost by 17 votes to 16. So we will move to the substantive motion, and I will stick with the 5 speakers that I had before we move to the amendment. They are Councillor Gran, Councillor Condacor, Councillor Golby, Councillor Tromans and Councillor Longdon. So we'll start with Councillor Gran.
Thank you. It's such a shame that we're throwing the baby out of the bathwater. We've got some of the SPDs which would have been acceptable according to members for those areas. And unfortunately, because we couldn't be flexible and support throwing some out and keeping some, we have to vote against all of them because I'm sorry, I can't support anything that would ruin the standards of life of residents in Slough Ward, Bedworth North, the areas that I was elected by the people to represent.
Thank you. Councillor Condacor, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Condacor, I've got, can you, I don't know if anyone else has, I've got some strange noises.
Is that better?
Councillor Condacourt, that's better.
A loose wire. Yeah, I've already spoken on the detailed SPD concept plans, but I think it's important to talk about the air quality and the hot food one. The hot food one is really, really important because we have a massive health inequality in this borough. We have a lot of people who are overweight, a lot of people with respiratory problems, a lot of young people, and I think that we need to get our young people eating healthier things. So our hot food one is really, really important that we don't have these hot food places right next to our secondary schools and things. And particularly with things like the COVID disaster we're having, actually having people a healthy weight without any respiratory problems is a really good place to start. And unfortunately, our borough hasn't started with that good health. And the same applies with air quality. There's massive research into how many different things the air quality knocks onto, both in terms of schooling, education, heart attacks, and even standing up to COVID. People who live in areas with poor air quality have a far less chance of surviving having COVID. And we have some of our poorest people in places like Abbey Green, in places like Newtown Road in Bedworth, where we've got massive air quality problems. And we really need a far stronger air quality SPD, one that actually requires developers to actually monitor air quality and pay for more diffusion tubes, more automatic monitoring stations. And I'm really shocked at the stuff in the report about us having an environmental health officer who specialises in the stuff, because we always go and get outside consultants in because we don't have anyone specialised in air quality on the borough. So the air quality is such an important thing for the well-being of our residents. And all these developments, both in Nuneaton and in Bedworth, are chucking so much traffic through these various pinch points, be it the Newtown Road in Bedworth, be it the Coventry Road. We really need to do something on air quality, and we are doing absolutely nothing. I'll also point to the back here where we talk about sustainable design. We had development last week going to planning. Passive solar gain is the only thing in the borough plan about building houses that use less energy. Orientating the houses and designing your development so at least you've got your big windows on the south facing side, and you orientate the houses as much as you can so they keep warm in winter and cool in summer. It's really simple stuff. It's in the supplementary planning guidance. It's in our borough plan, and we don't enforce it. A developer designs whatever he wants, and our borough council doesn't enforce it. So although that is a good bit of stuff in our borough plan, it's a total waste of time because we never ever enforce the stuff we should enforce. So I can't see me voting for these, though I say the hot food one is really important because they're so weak, and our planning policy team let developers get away with not enforcing any of these things. And just last thing, coming back to pepper potting the affordable housing, this thing about having 4 or 5 together is really important, and not building large clumps of affordable housing tucked away in the quiet corners of development. We've had a lot of antisocial behaviour problems on one of the estates in Wellington because it's been poorly designed. We've clumped together a large amount of affordable housing. And yeah, 90% of the people in that affordable housing are really great people. But yeah, if you start building too big areas of affordable housing and tucking it into the margins, you start having problems. And as I said earlier, we're starting to have sewage pumping stations on these new developments because we're building at the bottom of the valley. And we're tending to wrap the affordable housing around the sewage pumping station. We're not really making the most conducive and healthy environment for these people. And I say that they're tending to be gerrymandered into the little corners of the developments. I'll leave it there, but I do hope we have another look at our planning enforcement and actually really do air quality, really do hot food stuff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm going to, unfortunately for my colleagues, I will have to vote in favour of this because of the concept plans that have been put forward for my area, Arbury, and mainly because of the link road that I argued people have tried to take credit for it in leaflets posted through doors on Arbury View and around the area, but actually it was me that went to the local planning inspector. It was me that argued for it. It has helped the residents get additional infrastructure, and I can't vote against that, I'm afraid, which is it's a shame because I do know that colleagues are torn on positions that they need to take for their own areas. And again, I'll reiterate, it's not parochial. That's what we're here. We're elected to. That is why we're all elected in each ward, and that is simply the basis of democracy, is that you represent the people that elect you. So we've got a free vote on this. We've agreed that because it is such widely ranging views in our group, because each area is affected so differently. It doesn't happen with the Labour group because the majority of the building is not in any Labour represented areas. So it does fall to us to have to put this through time and time again. And as much as you don't like it, we will keep doing it because, like I said, you measure twice and you cut once, and we're at the cut at the moment. And unfortunately, we're going to cut a coat and it's not going to fit. So, you know, I have to get it out there and make it public that the reason I am voting for this is because of the protections that are in place in my area that have been put there by me and not the Labour candidate who is trying to take credit for it.
Councillor Tromans.
More of an unfair borough plan that, you know, started out badly and didn't listen to residents and isn't on the way through. I mean, we put forward an amendment which is trying to salvage something. There are, simply because nothing can be all bad, there are a few things in there that are worth supporting. Councillor Golby's just talked about one, Councillor Smith talked about a couple of others, but they're few and far between in there. And the fact that they are is you know, by the hard work of others and not down to looking after the interests of residents generally. But I also, as I said earlier, detect a cop-out on behalf of the controlling group that if we all vote against this, they'll say, oh, well, you know, oh, you voted to delay the borough plan review by not supporting our one-size-fits-all unfair job lot of SPDs. So whilst I cannot support this, I will be abstaining on this matter. Because frankly, you know, for the little bit that's good in there, there's so much that's bad. But I don't want to give you guys the opportunity of being able to say that we all voted against it. But really, you know, this has gone on long enough. A couple of Labour members talked about democracy earlier. Well, actually, you know, we won a majority in the last couple of elections, and you would not be in control still now. We are in an overall control council since the last election, and the election that should have taken place in May would have corrected that and would have brought the borough council into line with all of the other recent elections in the area. You have no democratic mandate to keep on pushing this through on people that have made their views very clear. It must, everybody on the borough must now realise if they want any hope of fair planning, they have to have a change of control at the Neaton and Bedworth.
Councillor Tromans, you are not speaking to the substantive motion. Please do.
I'd finished, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Longden, you were the final speaker. Councillor Longden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It takes some time sometimes for Mike to come on. In 2010, great play was made about ripping up all the old planning guidance and planning documents and everything else, and coming back with a 60-page document. Since then, we've had nothing but more and more regulation, and guidance and everything else. It's a nightmare for the officers sometimes because they have to go through all this stuff to actually look at the validity of any application. So it's gone on to that point. This document is there to assist. It is there to assist any planning applications, not planning applications. It's there to assist the officers in determining where they're going to go, where it's going to sit, and everything else in terms of what an application is. So it's a very useful document in that respect. And to throw as to use what Councillor Grant said, you don't chuck the baby out with the bathwater. This is a borough-wide plan. This is a borough-wide that's the way it's going to be. The issues really are in the planning, when they come to planning. And I take great exception, I have done for years, and I've been very vocal on it, in being told by government that I must have a presumption in favour of applications. I'll say that again because a lot of people understand that, and it looks like some of the Tories don't understand it either. But you have to have a presumption in favour of applications, unless you've got good, solid planning grounds in which to refuse. So if there are good planning grounds to refuse applications, then put them forward. By all means, put them forward, and then they can be refused. But if you don't do that, and I must add that those objections have to be backed up by other authorities, Warwickshire County Council for Highways, Severn Trent Water, the whole lot who get invited to comment on any application. You have to have some backup. We can't just, as an independent planning authority, say no, unless we've some evidence, solid evidence on planning grounds and solid backup from other people. Because all it will do is go to appeal. If we lose that appeal, the burden then falls on every council taxpayer in this borough. Every council taxpayer, not just the ones in the areas you're talking about, every. Thank you, Councillor Tromans. I'm glad it's out of focus. So the whole issue, really, for me, Madam Mayor, I'm getting fed up with Councillor Tromans trying to make his little political point. But he's obviously, I've obviously hit a nerve because he felt he had to do that. So he obviously agrees with what I'm saying, and he just.
Have you finished, Councillor Longden? Have you finished speaking, Councillor Longden? Yeah. Okay, then I now have to move to the seconder of the substantive motion, which is who reserved her right to speak, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We should be minded, shouldn't we, that we are working within the National Planning Policy Framework. That framework is set by our politicians in Parliament, our MPs. So I would urge councillors here who have more sway with our Conservative MPs to go and knock on the door there and ask them to alter that National Planning Framework. Tonight, these are sitting underneath. The suggestion is these supplementary planning documents sit beneath the borough plan. We are not here tonight to renegotiate the borough plan or to pretend that the National Planning Policy Framework doesn't exist. You may want to suggest that, but the reality is that Marcus Jones, Mark Pawsey and Craig Tracy sit in Parliament
and they can amend that national planning policy framework if they wish to. So I would urge the opposition to talk to them about that. Madam Mayor, we have here supplementary planning documents that have been subject to full consultation with members of the public. We are asking that they be approved tonight. I think some members have actually said that there's lots of benefits and that they will be voting for them, perhaps contrary to what they said earlier in the meeting. But anyway, I'll leave it there, Madam Mayor. I'm going to vote for this because I think we need to get on with this. The people of Nuneaton and Bedworth have had the opportunity to put their points of view well before this sad, dreadful disease hit our community and many up and down our country and indeed the world. We need to act in a responsible, concise manner, move forward, listen hard to the people, which we have done during the consultation, but we actually now need to get on with the job in hand. You want to change it? Talk to your MPs, none of which in this particular area are Labour. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips, do you want to wind up the debate, please?
Yeah, it's been a wide debate. It's a shameful, in a way, debate. I fully respect individual councillors' concerns about their wards and concept plans for their particular area. We did have a long consultation. I have a cabinet report in front of me that listed some alterations, and it doesn't go far enough for some residents. But we need to, I can understand the amendment and probably it going towards the local plan committee, which I believe is fully engaged at this present moment in time with reviewing all things about the borough plan, which is a step forward. However, the good, the bad, we can sort the chaff out later, but obviously we need to get some guidance in behind planning applications to support our residents. Not to vote for this tonight, and I can understand why some members will not vote for this tonight, and I'm not going to say that's political or whatever. It's down to a personal councillor opinion and feeling, but having listened to everything tonight, I mean, it is still, everything is still ongoing. It will be ongoing. However, the recommendation is in front of you to adopt the SDPs, and I would ask council members to actually support that. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Phillips. We'll now move to the vote on the substantive motion. Simone, are you ready to take the vote?
Thank you. Again, please indicate for or against. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley-Edwards.
Abstain.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Abstain.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Gazane is apologies. Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Coran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For the interest of the Whitestone residents.
Councillor Hancock.
Councillor Butteridge.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacor.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips,
4,
Councillor Pomfret,
4,
Councillor Rudkin,
4,
Councillor A. Sargent,
Abstain.
Councillor J. Sargent,
4,
Councillor J. Shepherd,
4,
Councillor T. Shepherd,
4,
Councillor Smith,
Against.
Councillor Tandy,
4,
Councillor Tromans,
Abstain.
Councillor Walmsley,
Against.
Councillor Watkins,
4,
Councillor Wilson.
4,
Carried 24.
24.
9 against and 4 abstentions.
9. That was carried by 20 votes in favour, 9 against and 4 abstentions. Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda item 14B. We are considering on this a recommendation from the internal OSP which states it is recommended to Council that the following motion be adopted. This Council resolves that the portfolio holder for planning development requests the head of the planning department to commence a review of the borough plan on Tuesday the 16th of July 2020 in accordance with regulation 10A of the Town and Country Planning (local planning) England regulations 2012 as amended, as shown in the second paragraph of page 7 of the agenda. In addition, and for members' information and as a background document, members have a report considered by the local plan committee on this topic, together with the decision of that committee, which was taken on the 1st of July. The report is on pages 63 to 68 of the agenda page. The minute of the local plan committee is available for reference on page 7 below the overview and scrutiny's recommendation. Now, as this is a recommendation from the Internal Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I would invite Councillor Glass, as the chair of that committee, to move the recommendation. Councillor Glass.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Madam Mayor. In doing that tonight, I have to recommend from that ISOP on the 11th or the 7th. In doing so, I'd like to put on record that I had broadband difficulties all night and I was in and out of the meetings. Whilst moving the recommendation, I will also put on record that I shall vote against the recommendation. So currently, Mayor, I move the recommendation of the ISOP on the 11th or the 7th, 2020.
Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder?
I'm happy to second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I do my opening speech now, with your permission? Yes. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to second the proposal, which I actually moved at the internal OSP on the 11th of June. I'm really pleased that this is come in front of the council tonight, and I'd like to put on record my thanks to Councillor John Beaumont, the member for Bulkington, who abstained at the internal OSP in order to allow this to come to full council. And I hope he will do his residents in Bulkington justice to vote in favour of this recommendation tonight. The reason I'm pleased this is coming in front of us tonight is because it gives Labour councillors in Bedworth the opportunity to vote for an immediate review, which was included in their manifesto for the election that never was. So this is a promise that you was going to make to your electorate. So if you vote against it tonight, you will be in effect lying to your constituents, and it wouldn't be the first lie over the last few years. We had a commitment from the portfolio holder for planning over 12 months ago that we would have an immediate review as soon as possible. We're now 12 months ahead and we've heard nothing. So that's why I've put this motion forward. This gives us a specific date to start the immediate review, which will be tomorrow. I'd like to make reference to the local plan review minute that has been printed on page 7. My issue with this is that it doesn't actually achieve anything. What it says is we'll have a timetable come to Cabinet in September. That's great, but it doesn't give my residents a guarantee as to when the immediate review will start. If, you know, for all we know, we could have a timetable put to Cabinet in September that proposes an immediate review start in January in the new year, for all I know, and we're just delaying the process. And we just need to start the process straight away. We know that the borough plan is based on flawed Office for National Statistics data, which claims that Coventry needs 42,000 houses by 2031, but that data includes stats which include students entering into the 2 local universities, Coventry and Warwick. And our plan is formed at the moment on the old MPPF, whereas if we do a review, we can actually, when we do the review, base our plans on the new MPPF, which was formed a few years ago. The controlling group are very, very quick to blame the government on many things, but it's actually the government, the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government, that states very clearly that local plans should be reviewed every 5 years. Our borough plan is based on stats using 2012, so we should have started our immediate review many years ago. In addition to this, the government inspector stated very clearly towards the end of the borough plan hearings that we should review our plan as soon as possible following adoption. So that is why I'm happy to second this motion, and I really do hope that Bedworth councillors will vote for it, because this really is our last chance to review the figures and to reduce the housing numbers, and so we can protect some of our greenbelt sites in Bedworth. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I second the motion formally.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I appreciate you can't get on to get your hand up. So.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For whatever reason, the technology is failing me at this time of night. I would like to support the recommendation which has come out of internal OSP. A review is, in my view, urgent and exceptionally necessary. And it's not just my view, it's also the inspector's view that said that the review needed to be done as quickly as possible. Indeed, I'm looking at the final report now from the inspector from the 9th of April 2019, where he said, I therefore recommend a new policy for an earlier plan review through major modification 30 as being necessary for effectiveness. And he said that there should be a comprehensive review of the plan before the 31st of March 2023. Now, we are already in July 2020, and the amount of work that needs to be done to actually have the review is enormous. And we need to get on with that without any further undue delay. Now, the legislation for a local plan is fine. It was introduced in 2004 by the last Labour government, and having a local plan in itself is a good thing. It's just the way that this authority has chosen to put together its local authority. It's actually this Conservative government which has introduced the mechanism to have a review. And that is what we urgently, essentially need. Now, May 2019, we had a full council, which was moved by us, to actually, on the third attempt, because all the previous attempts, you as a Labour group refused it, we agreed to set up a local plan committee. And in the May 2019 council, Councillor Phillips stood up, and I took him on his honour and his word, and he said, in response to, I believe it was Carl Mayer, that we would have a review as soon as possible. And yet now we are into July 2020. I accept that we have COVID ongoing, but that does not prevent any work being done up to March 2020. And indeed, some of the planning policy officers could be working on things from home for the borough plan review. The actual motion from the local plan review, which is fine and dandy in itself in that it's motherhood and apple pie, saying that we want to get it moving and having a cabinet report by 2020, that doesn't actually set a deadline. Actually saying and voting tonight to have and trigger the legal mechanism for having a review will speak volumes to the residents who have been trampled and left unheard by this council for far too long. It's a bit like triggering Article 50 as part of the Brexit negotiations. Once you actually trigger it, you start the legal implications and you send a very clear and strong message to everyone concerned, we are cracking on with the job. That isn't what this council is doing. It is not cracking on with the job of reviewing the borough plan, and it is residents who yet again will be suffering. As I mentioned earlier in a previous speech, we can see the whole premise of Coventry's borough plan unwinding before us. They put all their eggs in one basket with the student accommodation, and they've now been all broken. And we warned about that, but it was Labour who gave in to them in Coventry and accepted the overspill, much to the detriment of our residents here. So this review needs to be voted on now. I would encourage all members across the chamber, and especially Labour, to put your money where your mouth is. Actually have the guts and conviction to actually vote for this, trigger the legal mechanism to have a review of the borough plan, and let's do right by the residents for a change. That is what they're clamouring for. And as Lug said in his statement, which was read out, there was a petition of over 6,500 people that actually wanted a review. And so far, we haven't been listening as a council. We need to start listening urgently. My residents demand it, your residents demand it. Have the courage and the guts to vote for this review now. And I call for a recorded vote on this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we seem to be having major problems with the hands being able to be used. So I have Councillor Graham, Councillor Condicourt, Councillor Tromans and Councillor Brown listed. Councillor Phillips, sorry, yes. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I would plan to not to take any further speakers after they have spoken. Councillor Phillips. Councillor Phillips. Councillor Phillips. I'll come back to Councillor Phillips. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Kyle Evans for putting this forward for us to vote on tonight. It's a shame that we haven't had a chance to vote on this a lot sooner. Please, can we start the process of reviewing the borough plan tonight? It was promised almost a year ago, but I understand not starting it in March or April because of the international crisis we all face. But we should have been doing this last year, to be honest with you. We have plenty of evidence of reduced housing need for Coventry neighbouring us. Even the Mayor, Andy Street, supports a review. So why are we taking 4,000 overspill from Coventry? It can't be justified. And also, we're accused of being parochial. That just means in my books that we care about our wards and our towns. Councillor Longton said there is a presumption towards development. That is only partially true. That's not the complete sentence in the NPPF. There is a presumption towards sustainable development, as the NPPF says. 15,000 houses, when we need less than half of that, is not sustainable. And I saw no alternative to the NPPF in Corbyn's manifesto last year. So that was their chance to suggest a national change on planning law, and they refused to take it. The problem is not so much with the laws, more of the Labour councillors selectively interpreting them for their own ends. Since the borough plan was adopted, we've left the EU, we've ended freedom of movement as we know it, COVID has ravaged the worldwide economy. I hope and believe that we bounce back stronger than ever, but we have to face the fact that the local economy is going to be very different in the the next period of the borough plan as was predicted, as what is projected the economy would be like several years ago. The evidence base is out of date. We need a plan with presumably sane housing numbers based on real life needs, safeguarding our still existing green spaces, that is sustainable through planning law post 2020. Please can we start the work tomorrow?
Okay, Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hope you can hear me okay. We have a fundamental problem dating back right to the beginning in 2012, when we had models from the ONS, which then consultants GLN added extra housing because they thought the economy would grow faster than average. So although the ONS figures were quite inflated, Coventry City Council and various other councils wanted to over-egg that even more, and they produced a plan that was actually population growth plus economic growth. That clearly is going to go off the rails. And last week, the ONS produced new household population projections. These are really useful because they take the population, they work out how many people will actually form families and different types of households, and they work out how many households there will be in any particular year. And taking 2011 to 2031, the number of households they expect to go up by 7,300 and something. 7,300, not 14,000, not 15,000, 7 and a bit thousand. And that is based upon 2018 data. Obviously, more recent data will have that growth even less, but it clearly points to what I've been saying all these years, is we need to build 300 to 400 houses a year. Yeah, we need to build those houses. That is inherently people growing older, living longer, or people growing old enough to start to form families. There is a need for housing, but there is not a need to build 15,000, 14,000, whatever. And if you try to build that number, what happens is, to start with, it looks fine, but you start getting more empty houses. People start having difficulty selling the older houses, and eventually the whole system starts collapsing because you run out of new people who can get a mortgage, which is now only 85% of value. So the mortgage money starts running out and the whole system starts collapsing. And we used to have cycles of housing boom and bust, boom and bust. But there's naturally a supply of people. And if you try to have a housing plan and a borough plan that ignores the fundamental amount of population and the amount of money, then it will fail. And it will fail badly because we'll end up with half-built estates. We'll end up not reaching the trigger points to build that school or that GP surgery. So actually an over-optimistic plan doesn't give you necessarily more houses. It gives you a mess of housing with poor infrastructure. And we now have this COVID, which is going to decimate the growth, in particular in Coventry and Stratford-upon-Avon. Stratford-upon-Avon has been growing massively, and the ONS have predicted greater and greater growth in Stratford-upon-Avon. There's the money there to buy the houses. There was the migration into Stratford. And if we ignore all that evidence base, all the changes that have happened in the last 8 years, we have an almighty problem with our plan. So this review is really urgent. It should be started tomorrow, and we should use the ONS latest data, adjusted for the latest ideas on how the recession and the economy will react to COVID, and come up with a sensible plan for Warwickshire, a sensible plan for Coventry, and clearly the overflow from Coventry is not going to happen. Coventry is going to be obliterated in terms of population growth, and in fact, in the next couple of years, the population of Coventry may actually shrink because the migration will not be coming into the city, and the migration out of the city will slow down. The quicker we actually get reality into this, the better. So we can build the right number of houses, and particularly we can build houses for the older generation that have actually been neglected. We've got McCarthy and Stone, but apart from that, there's been very little housing for the older generation, which are the actual only growth area, as hopefully we all live longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Chair. The Inspector said the borough plan should be reviewed as soon as possible after adoption. How long ago was it adopted? How much effort did we need to go to drag the controlling group kicking and screaming to finally agree to do an immediate review of the borough plan last May. The expectation as a member of that borough plan review committee and an expectation of the members of the public are pretty much the same, that when we had a meeting of that committee, we would be able to review the borough plan. We would have all of the necessary documents there. We'd have all of the evidence base that needed to be revisited because it was out of date, updated, and we would be able to press ahead with an immediate review of the borough plan. But we didn't get anything for over 8 months. And when we did have a meeting, we had virtually nothing on the agenda apart from some musings on extra traveller sites that nobody could quite figure out if we actually had a requirement for or not. What I said at that meeting and what my colleagues said at that meeting, and I think what the reasonably expectation of that was that the Labour group had deliberately delayed. They had delayed and wasted 8 months. So I was very clear, and so was everybody else. And the chair appeared to accept this when you watch the video, as I have done several times, that all the necessary documentation needed to be pulled together. We needed to have comprehensive reports so that at the meeting following that, we could move ahead with the review of the borough plan. COVID hadn't happened then. There was no reason for it to be delayed. In fact, most of the evidence-based is desktop produced or comes from external consultants or other reviews or sources of data. The COVID crisis shouldn't need to have delayed at all the evidence-based gathering exercise, the renewal of that evidence base. And if it did, it certainly didn't need to delay it by 8 months. But we had that first meeting in January, it came and went, and then we had a second meeting, and that was more flim-flam, more delay. This time we got something that said, well, actually, here's an old 2016 copy of a report on travellers, which actually is out of date and was discredited at the time anyway. I tell you what, we'll go in September to the Cabinet and ask them if it's okay to start thinking about updating some of the evidence base. We're not sure yet. Here's a list of all the stuff that we need in an evidence base, but we haven't bothered putting the dates when it was done or when it expires or when it needs doing. Basically, we're going to go to Cabinet and say, hey, what do you think about in September? And they might ask for some further information, and next January will come round and February, and this is just kicking it along like the proverbial can down the road, doing nothing, appearing to do something, paying lip service, basically legging over the public again. You had a vote, you made a commitment, Councillor Phillips looked ever so earnest, sounded ever so earnest, so did the leader on that video of the council meeting. Also, the Councillor Phillips on the meetings that we've had of the review committee. But what's happened? We haven't even done the work to find out which of the evidence-based documents need updating. In all this time, it's not going to be immediate. It'll be at least 2 to 3 years at the glacial rate that the borough council's moving. By nobody's stretch of the imagination is that an immediate review. In fact, it's another insult to the public and also to the planning inspector. And I wonder whether we are not, by trying to be too clever, as the Labour group seems to be, now in the territory of facing a situation where we could have a legal challenge to the borough plan. And if that unravelled, that could be phenomenally expensive for the council. You have played the game and played it and played it. Now is the time to actually say, when we pass this resolution tonight, when this motion is passed, the council has decided there needs to be an immediate review. The work will be done immediately, i.e. days and weeks, and then we will have a meeting within a month or so where we can begin to address the whole borough plan, including the starting numbers. Anything less than that really will be insulting the public and people's intelligence again. You've got one final chance to redeem yourselves. You either will support our motion or you won't, but we will be telling the public exactly what's been going on.
Right. Because of the problems we are having with the hand, I have added 3 speakers, but I am taking no more, even if there are still problems with people indicating. Councillor Brown, that is, Councillor Brown is next, and then I have Councillor Hancock's, Councillor Watkins and Councillor Longdon. Sorry, okay. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Immediate. It's a word that's defined as occurring at or done at once, in an instant, if you like. So we voted to have an immediate review of the borough plan last year. We're still not really any further forward, so not exactly immediate by the definition. We need to get on with this review. As we've already heard, the Coventry City plan is unravelling before their eyes. And our borough plan, which was dependent on that because we somehow managed to get ourselves into a position where we accepted their overspill based on their fantasy figures, it puts a lot of the green belt between Coventry and Bedworth and Exhall at risk. That's where there are a number of developments. And we have an opportunity to change that. Now, the review, we can't predict what the outcome is going to be, but it's very likely that the review will revise the figures and the requirements for land downwards. So the green belt that was put at risk by the plan that we put forward as a council, or rather the controlling group really forced through, it's put the green belt at risk. And we have a chance to do something about that, but only if we do something immediately, not commit to sending an agenda to Cabinet at some point in the future that talks about an immediate plan, but puts it off into the distance. It just we can actually get this done. But we have to start, and we have to do it. Residents expect nothing less. They were pleased when they thought we were going to have an immediate review. That's not materialised, and they feel like they've been lied to. We need to restore trust between this council and the residents who've told us what they think about the plan, but their views are being ignored. Right? So, we've heard tonight about how there's been some sort of discussions about this council merging with Coventry. God knows you wanted to try and put Bedworth into a North Warwickshire constituency in the past as well. But now we're in a position where we can keep that border between Bedworth, Exhall and Coventry, but only if we actually get on with this. So I, for one, will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Bedworth is in the North Warwickshire constituency. Madam Mayor, perhaps I'm naive, but in regards to a local plan, once it's been adopted by the council, and that's what it's been done, it's been adopted by this council. There's elements within it some of us don't like and some of us like, but nevertheless the local plan has been adopted by this council. And as regarding the review, well, unless, again, I'm naive, my understanding is from the time of adoption of the local plan, officers will be looking at the content of it and how it may change over that period of the plan. And of course, that includes the constantly changing guidance by governments. And I say governments because it could be a government of any colour. So things do change and adapt. But as soon as that plan was adopted, people start to look at the progress of it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins, please. Councillor Watkins. It's obvious. Councillor Watkins. Councillor Phillips, are you back? I'll try again, Councillor Longdon. There's obviously something wrong with the system. I'm not getting, in fact, I have to say, I did have half a screen. I've now got a corner of a screen working from, which is why I'm having to read names off somewhere else. Ah, there we are. Right, Councillor Phillips, you're back. So do you want to speak? I had you down already, but you weren't around when I called you. Councillor Phillips. I'll keep trying.
I've had a message from Kelly to say that because clearly there is a technical issue.
Could you just bear with us a minute? There is obviously a technical issue, and it may be that we have to start a new meeting to finish the agenda, which will affect the live streaming, which of course we wouldn't want that to happen. But we can't continue unless we have, you know, the way to use it. So please just bear with us a minute. We do know it's to do with muting and unmuting, but having a problem trying to work out how it will work best. I have Councillor Phillips, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Longdon and Councillor Jackson, none of whom were able to put their hands up. I'm sorry, I am aware of the time of evening, but we are going to have another short adjournment, and so that we